which is not there in the constitution, which we never heard. I'm being a student of law. I have never heard of this this new coining, but we can really understand. It is just nothing but to garner support. That's all. I don't think we need to really pay much heed about it.
All right, Tanveer Ahmed, the JDS spokesperson, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective over what Yogi Adityanath has in fact stated in Rajasthan. Viewers, we're getting various voices on this big story. Let's listen in and then we'll get you some more breaking updates.
कहा कि सनातन धर्म राष्ट्रीय धर्म है, तो तमाम बौद्ध धर्म के साथियों को फोन आया कि इसका क्या मतलब कि हमारा धर्म नहीं है। तो वही हमने पूछ लिया और पूछना चाहिए, स्पष्टीकरण देना चाहिए। और सनातन धर्म तो आदिकाल का धर्म है और सम्मान है मुझे पूरा। इसके अस्तित्व के नकारने वाला मूर्ख हो सकता है, तो वो तो नहीं है। बस इतना जानना चाहते हैं कि और धर्मों का स्थान है कि नहीं।
सनातन धर्म, सनातन संस्कृति तो इस देश में मानते हैं कि आप मूल रूप से
सवाल से मत भटकिए। सवाल जो पूछ रहे वही है कि बस उन्होंने किया तो हमने विचार व्यक्त किया कि जान लूँ ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत विचार है, पार्टी से मत जोड़ के देखिए। मैं ज़्यादातर सामाजिक व्यक्ति हूँ।
व्यक्तिगत रूप से आप क्या मानते हैं?
व्यक्तिगत रूप से ही तो कह दिया मैंने ना,
सनातन धर्म के बारे में।
सभी धर्मों के प्रति सम्मान है मेरा, सबके प्रति।
अच्छा, ये राजनीति में आजकल जो धार्मिक बयानबाजी बढ़ गई है, समाजवादी नेता भी अब धार्मिक बयान देने लगे हैं। स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी ने कहा है कि हिंदू जो धर्म के वो जो पंडित हैं या जो धर्मगुरु हैं वो आतंकी हैं और वो आतंकी उनको कहा है।
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है, रोजी रोटी की बात करिए, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात करिए, मैंने नहीं कहा, उनसे जाके पूछिए। जो हमारा एक लिमिटेड सवाल है, जब कल मैंने देखा, चूँकि मैं बुद्धिस्ट हूँ, डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर का अनुयायी हूँ, तमाम लोगों का फ़ोन आया तो हमने इस सवाल को उनसे पूछा और बड़ा पॉजिटिव सवाल है। कोई उसमें स्पष्टीकरण होगा और मजबूती मिलेगी धर्म को।
नहीं, जिस तरह से उन्होंने कहा संत जो है जल्लाद हैं और वो
भाई मैं उनके बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, मैं तो बता तो दिया, वो उनसे पूछो ना।
नहीं, एक राजनीति के तौर पे इस तरह
राजनीति के तौर हम बोल ही नहीं रहे हैं यहाँ पर। हमने अपनी जो बात किया मैं उतनी जवाब दूंगा, जो उन्होंने कहा उनसे पूछिए, हम नहीं उनके लिए बिहाफ से कुछ।
केरल जैसा मुख्यमंत्री जो सीपीएम से आता है उसने भी ये कह दिया कि आरएसएस जो है मुसलमानों का विरोधी है, मुसलमानों को नहीं चाहता।
अरे भैया, हमसे क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? केरल के मुख्यमंत्री से जाके पूछिए ना।
कितनी एक राय रखते हैं, बड़े नेता हैं, सांसद रह चुके हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी से बिलोंग करते हैं।
पूरा देश का ठेका ले रखा है, कौन क्या बोल रहा है सबका मैं स्पोक्सपर्सन बनने गया हूँ।
योगी जी का तो लिया है।
नहीं, सबका स्पोक नहीं, विचार हमने व्यक्त किया, जानने का ठेका नहीं लिया, विचार में जानना चाहे, नेता है वो देश के।
बाकी जो नेता है, मुख्यमंत्री थे
और वो
स्वामी प्रसाद
सवाल आएगा, जब सवाल आएगा और उसे तो सवाल पूछेंगे, विमर्श होता है और क्या विमर्श।
मैं सिर्फ योगी पर ही सवाल पूछे।
क्यों है भाई, जब जिसका आता है तो करते हैं।
अखिलेश यादव चुप है, कम से कम उनसे पूछ लीजिए कि आपके नेता इस तरह की बयानबाजी क्यों कर रहे हैं जिससे समाज में।
जाके पूछ लीजिए, आप किस लिए हैं?
देखिए, सनातन धर्म जो है हमारी पुरातन परंपरा है, पुराना धर्म है। और जो भी सभ्यताएं, जो भी धर्म यहाँ पर मुगलों के काल में या बाद में पनपे, वो मुगलों ने आकर के अत्याचार किया। तो इसलिए जो भी हमारी संस्कृति है, सभ्यता है और जो पुरातन इतिहास है वो सनातन का इतिहास है। ये सनातन का इतिहास केवल भारत में नहीं, अफगानिस्तान तक, कंधार तक, कहाँ तक फैला हुआ था। आज उसके प्रमाण भी मिल रहे हैं। तो उससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने जो भी कहा है वो सत्य है और उस परंपराओं का सम्मान करना हम सबका फर्ज है। और
Cutting across now, viewers, to some more breaking updates that we're putting out on your screens, this time from Jammu and Kashmir, where the eviction notice has been issued to the PDP General Secretary Rashid Malik for illegal encroachment of the state land, and demolition action is likely on the cards, is something that we've been given to understand. Jammu and Kashmir administration issued eviction notice asked to vacate the PDP office at their premises and their residence, which is state land. and failing to vacate, action is to be taken against them. But the PDP is now alleging a political vendetta behind this move of the Jammu and Kashmir administration as well. But of course, we had seen those eviction notices that had been issued to the PDP General Secretary Rashid Malik. All right, let me also bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's on the ground tracking this story for us. Gursimran, tell us more about this move by the Jammu and Kashmir administration and how, in fact, we are being told that Rashid Malik is calling this a political vendetta. And how can he really even say that? Because the administration, in fact, has already been following the due procedure. But speak to us a little bit about this entire move by the administration.
See, this move is in continuation with the circular that was issued by the J&K government on 14th of January, in which it was clearly directed to all the deputy commissioners to ensure that all the Kachrai land and the state land, be it under the Roshni Act or the grazing land, the illegal eviction be removed by 31st of January. And taking forward that, now the notices have been issued. Yesterday, late last night, a notice was issued to Rashid Malik, who is the PDP General Secretary, and he has been asked to evict his residence, and that is also office of the People's Democratic Party. He was holding a office of the party there, that by 3rd of the February. But now what he is saying that this is a political vendetta and is being done by the government just for harassing him. And he said that he will not leave his place. We spoke to his son Zulfikar, and he said that we asked the government to dig 12 graves for our family members, and then only we be thrown out of these houses. They said that they won't be allowing the government to remove them from this very place. So this shows that they are in no mood of following the government order.
Because you were able to have that conversation with the PDP General Secretary's son Zulfikar Malik as well. Let's play out that exclusive conversation that my colleague Gursimran was able to have earlier. Then we'll come back with him for some more breaking updates.
जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार की तरफ से 31 जनवरी तक सभी स्टेट लैंड इंक्रोचर्स को खाली करने के आदेश दिए गए थे, जिसके बाद अब नोटिस का सिलसिला शुरू हुआ है। पीडीपी नेता रशीद मलिक के घर को जो है इविक्शन नोटिस जारी किया गया है। उनके बेटे जुल्फ़िकार मलिक हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। जुल्फ़िकार, आपके वालिद साहब के नाम पे एक नोटिस इशू किया गया है। कहा गया है कि ये जो 3 कनाल का घर है आपका, जिसमें कि पार्टी का एक दफ्तर भी रहता था, उसे खाली किया जाए, वरना जो है एक्शन इनिशिएट किया जाएगा। क्या नोटिस आपको मिला है और क्या कहा गया है?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको ये क्लियर करना चाहता हूँ कि ये पार्टी का कोई ऑफिस नहीं है। ये मेरा एक इंडिविजुअल प्राइवेट घर प्लस ऑफिस हमारा अपना था। मेरी मदर बीडीसी चेयरपर्सन है, सरपंच भी हैं, मेरी स्टेप मदर, और मेरे फादर जो हैं वो पीडीपी के जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं। तो अगर कोई वर्कर, कोई लीडर अपने मकान पे पीडीपी का झंडा लगा देता है तो वो पीडीपी की प्रॉपर्टी नहीं हो जाती है। हाँ, ये है कि हम पीडीपी से एसोसिएट हैं, पीडीपी के बंदे हैं, अभी भी हैं और आगे भी रहेंगे, बिल्कुल है।
इविक्शन नोटिस में क्या कहा गया है आप लोगों को, क्योंकि आपके पास इसकी कॉपी भी है?
देखिए, जहाँ तक हमारी रेवेन्यू ऑफिशियल्स या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में जिससे बात हुई है, वो कहते हैं कि पीडीपी ऑफिस है, आप इसको खाली कर दीजिए। तो ये कमर्शियल प्रॉपर्टी है। तो हमने उनको बार बार बताया कि ये रेजिडेंस है, हमारा रेजिडेंशियल प्रॉपर्टी है, जिसमें हमारी जॉइंट फैमिली रहती है। मेरे ग्रैंडफादर के टाइम का ये कंस्ट्रक्शन जो है वो हुई है, तो आप हमें ये इविक्शन नोटिस कैसे दे सकते हैं?
अब क्योंकि इविक्शन नोटिस आया है, अगर सरकार आपसे घर खाली करवाती है, क्योंकि सरकार ने बड़ा साफ शब्दों में कहा है कि अब तो घर खाली होंगे, बुलडोजर चलेंगे, ये बात तक सरकार की तरफ से कही गई है।
देखिए, सरकार में जोर है और बुलडोजर के दम पे वो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले सरकार हमारी जितने 10-12 मेंबर हैं, फैमिली मेंबर, उनकी कब्रें खोद दें, क्योंकि कोई तो घर चाहिए हमें रहने के लिए। अब रोडों पे तो हम रह नहीं सकते, तो तोड़ दें इसको, तो हमें कब्रों में हमारी जगह दे दें, हम चले जाएंगे, कोई बात नहीं।
बाकी लोग कह रहे हैं कि अब जब, क्योंकि आप पॉलिटिकल एफिलिएशन तो है ही, जब आप लोगों पे गाज गिरी है, जब आप पावर में थे तब आपने फ़ायदे लिए, जब गाज गिरी तो
Cutting across now to some live visuals that we are picking up. In fact, exclusive visuals that we are putting out on your screen. This time these visuals are from Rajasthan. In Bharatpur area of Rajasthan, where a helicopter has crashed, is what we are learning. This is the primary information that we're putting out, but of course these are exclusive visuals from Rajasthan, from Bharatpur of Rajasthan, where the helicopter had in fact crashed, and these are some of the exclusive visuals of that said crash as well. And of course the kind of subsequent chaos that had also ensued there in that particular area of Bharatpur when the helicopter had crashed. We are learning some more details of where the helicopter had been going and who was on board of this chopper as well. But these are the primary details and some exclusive shots that we are putting out on your screens right now of this helicopter crash that had taken place in Bharatpur in Rajasthan. And once again, of course, we are waiting to see whether or not there are any casualties in this. But as of now, those are the shots of this helicopter that has crashed in Rajasthan. And particularly, this is particularly in Bharatpur in Rajasthan. Of course, we are getting some more updates that the Air Force fighter plane, in fact, this was the Air Force fighter plane that we are learning that had crashed. In fact, we are also learning that the team has arrived for the rescue at that particular spot as well. Those are the exclusive visual, once again, viewers, that we're putting out on your screens of this chopper crash that we are just now learning. This is an incident of Rajasthan once again, of course, in Bharatpur in Rajasthan. And of course, we are also waiting to learn how the authorities are carrying out a subsequent investigation into this. But of course, the primary information coming in that this was an Air Force fighter plane that had crashed, and the team has arrived for the rescue operations there at the spot there in Bharatpur. And we will be putting out some more details of this chopper crash that has taken place in the state of Rajasthan. And when we look at those images also, we can deduce the kind of chaos that has ensued after this chopper crash that had taken place. And from our sources, we are learning that this was in fact an Air Force fighter plane that had crashed. And we are looking at those visuals of the various locals that have also gathered there in Bharatpur in Rajasthan, exactly where the helicopter crash had taken place. And of course, we are waiting for the authorities to also give us an official word over this crash that has taken place. This, of course, is primary information and visuals that we are putting out on your screens once again to reiterate for our viewers that are just now joining us. This is a crash that has taken place in Bharatpur in Rajasthan. And we are waiting to understand whether or not there are any casualties. But it seems as though there is a crash that has taken place, and the kind of chaos that has ensued after this crash there in that particular area as well is what we can see. Those are the visuals now. Those are exclusive visuals of that particular helicopter that had in fact crashed as well. That is in fact the debris of the aircraft that we can see which had crashed. And we are waiting to learn, and we are waiting to get an official word from the authorities over this crash as well. But as of now, this is the primary information that we are picking up from Rajasthan. And we will be putting out some more details of the chopper crash.
ये पैराशूट के पहले ही कूद गए।
अरे बड़े होंगे तो बच्चे हैं का? आदमी तो जल गए होंगे। अरे जल गए।
And those are once again the exclusive visuals of the debris of the crash that has also taken place. Let me once again go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who's joining us over the phone line. Satya Vijay, please speak to us a little bit over these visuals that we are tracking, this time from Rajasthan in Bharatpur, where this crash has taken place. Could you share with us some details of the aircraft that has crashed and whether or not there are any casualties that had been on board of this aircraft? All right, we'll fix that audio line with Satya Vijay in just a bit, but those are the primary details and visuals. Concerning visuals really coming to light from Bharatpur in Rajasthan, where we are looking at this helicopter crash that has in fact taken place. And this is a crash that has taken place right there in Bharatpur. And those are in fact the visuals from Bharatpur that we're putting out on your screens. And we're getting some more information as far as the aircraft is concerned, that this was a chartered aircraft which had crashed in Bharatpur as well, and the police and administration have been sent to the spot is what we are learning. And the authorities in fact have also stated that they are also waiting for some more details. This is again a quote, a statement coming in from the district collector of District Collector there, Alok Ranjan. And let me also once again now go across to Satya Vijay, who is joining us on the broadcast. Satya Vijay, tell us more about the visuals that we are tracking right now on our screens from Rajasthan, from Bharatpur. Speak to us about the aircraft that has crashed, the details that you can share with our viewers, who really was on board and whether or not there are any casualties that have been registered as of now. All right, we will connect that line with Satya Vijay in just a bit. But these are the exclusive visuals from Rajasthan, where this crash in fact has taken place. The debris of the aircraft can be seen on your screens right now, viewers, and that really tells us and goes to show the intensity of the crash as well. Of course, we are waiting for authorities to reach at the spot, as it was reiterated by the collector there as well, who has stated that they are also waiting for some more details of this crash, but they have in fact dispatched a team to reach there at the spot so that they can determine and carry out any rescue operations if they are needed. Cutting across to some news in brief now, viewers. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the parade ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating its 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan, and the Prime Minister will be the chief guest during the program. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people of Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in a poll-bound state of Karnataka and will attend various events and take part in roadshows organized by the BJP there. Reportedly, this is the second such visit of Amit Shah in the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of polls and that in 2024 Lok Sabha polls, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and the NDA will retain the power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP party and the centre and accused it of being responsible for rising debt, the increase in prices of commodities and raking up communal issues in the country. Despite official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Student Union protested on campus and handed out QR codes allowing the access to the BBC documentaries.
हमारा सनातन धर्म भारत का राष्ट्रीय धर्म है। हम सब अपने व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों से ऊपर उठ करके अपने इस राष्ट्रीय धर्म के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
Day 2 of the BJP strategic meet in the national capital, the race to 2024 has now begun. Getting you all the updates on the other side of this very short break.
Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path.
The debate over the BBC banned documentaries on here in Kolkata and West Bengal, as yesterday we saw that a section of the students of Jadavpur University, they streamed that particular documentary, though unofficially, but students gathered watching that documentary within the campus, and because of a technical snag they had to stop in the midway and leave. Now it is to be seen that all eyes on Presidency University today, whether the documentary will be shown or the government will be taking some action against the students.
The headlines at 11:30 this morning: ruckus, sloganeering and protests in campuses across India. Who is stoking the fire?
हमारा सनातन धर्म भारत का राष्ट्रीय धर्म है। हम सब अपने व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों से ऊपर उठ करके अपने इस राष्ट्रीय धर्म के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi makes a big statement, says Sanatan is equal to national religion. Day 2 of BJP's strategic meet in the national capital. Race to 2024 has now begun. Another case of shocking police brutality in the United States. 29-year-old Tyre Nichols, a FedEx worker, is dragged and beaten up brutally. And horrific shooting outside Jerusalem synagogue. 8 killed. Police claims the suspect shot dead. Also, crisis after crisis cripples Pakistan. Finance Minister now shifts the onus to God. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. Let's cut across live straight to Bharatpur, where a short while back we had reported here on Republic about a plane crash. A Mirage 2000 has crashed there. These are visuals from Rajasthan's Bharatpur, which is just a few kilometers from the capital Jaipur. A chartered aircraft has crashed. There you see the burning embers, the remnants of the Indian Air Force chopper which has crashed, aircraft that has crashed. Satya Prakash to bring us all the details. Satya Vijay joining us from the ground. Sorry, it's not Satya Prakash. Satya Vijay with us. Satya Vijay, what can you tell us? What's happening now? We can see lots of people there at the site of the crash. Give us more details. When did it happen? And what is the Air Force saying about it?
जी हाँ, देखिए मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना में बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। जो जानकारी एसपी मुरैना आशुतोष बागरी ने हमें फोन पर दी है, उनके मुताबिक 2 प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं। इन प्लेन के नाम भी जानकारी जो सूत्रों के हिसाब से मिलकर आ रही है, वो एक सुखोई और एक मिराज, 2 प्लेन दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुए हैं। 2 पायलट भी वहां पर बचाव टीम को, जो राहत के लिए टीम पहुंची है, रेस्क्यू करने टीम पहुंची है, उन्हें मिले हैं। हालांकि दोनों पायलट इंजर्ड हैं और कुछ तस्वीरें भी सामने आई हैं, हालांकि वो अभी कंफर्म नहीं हो पा रही है। लेकिन बड़ा घटनाक्रम मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना में पहाड़गढ़ इलाके में मानपुर गांव के पास हुआ है, जहां पर कि 2 प्लेन क्रैश होने की जानकारी आई है। और ये दोनों जो प्लेन हैं, ये एक स्पॉट पर तो बचाव दल पहुंच गया है, लेकिन दूसरे स्पॉट तक पहुंचने की कोशिश की जा रही है। जो रक्षा सूत्र हैं, उनके मुताबिक हमें जो जानकारी ये मिली है, उसके मुताबिक सुखोई और मिराज, ये 2 विमान दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुए हैं। बाकी अधिक जानकारी अभी, चूंकि जहां पर ये घटनाक्रम हुआ है वो पहाड़ी इलाका है, जंगली इलाका है, वहां तक से बचाव टीम पहुंची है, लेकिन उससे कनेक्शन नहीं हो पा रहा, उनसे कनेक्टिविटी नहीं हो पा रही, जिसकी वजह से और जानकारी नहीं निकल पा रही। लेकिन प्रारंभिक तौर पर यह कंफर्म हो गया है कि मुरैना के पहाड़गढ़ इलाके में 2 प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं। ऐसा एसपी मुरैना आशुतोष बागरी ने हमसे फोन में बातचीत पे कंफर्म किया है।
सत्य विजय, एज यू सेड, एक पायलट शायद मोरेना में, जैसे हमें अभी विजुअल्स मिल रहा है भरतपुर से, बट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट मोरेना, 1 pilot was there. Was he the only person inside the aircraft?
देखिए, बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी किसी भी नतीजे तक पहुंच पाना, लेकिन जो जानकारियां निकलकर सामने आ रही हैं कि एसपी का ये कहना है कि उन्हें एयरफोर्स के अधिकारियों ने ये बताया कि 2 प्लेन क्रैश होने की जानकारी है। एक का तो कंफर्म हो चुका है, लेकिन अब चूंकि रेस्क्यू टीम मौके पर पहुंच रही है, जिसके बाद कुछ और आगे कहा जा सकेगा। लेकिन फिलहाल जो एसपी मोरेना जो कि अभी घटनास्थल पर पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और जो गाँव के स्थानीय लोगों ने उन्हें जानकारी दी है, इसके मुताबिक ये जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है कि और जो रक्षा सूत्र हैं उनके मुताबिक भी ये बताया जा रहा है कि 2 प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं। ऐसा एसपी मुरैना आशुतोष बागरी को एयरफोर्स के ही लोगों ने बताया। ये जानकारी अब तक निकलकर सामने आई है। स्थानीय सूत्रों की बात की जाए तो स्थानीय स्तर पर जो हमें जानकारी हमारे जो सोर्स हैं उनसे मिल रही है, उसके मुताबिक 2 पायलट इंजर्ड हैं, ऐसी जानकारी है। क्योंकि जो एयरफोर्स का प्लेन था उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 पायलट थे जो दोनों इंजर्ड हैं, और जो तस्वीरें निकल कर आई हैं उसमें जो प्लेन है पूरी तरह से आग के हवाले जलकर पूरी तरह से राख हो चुका है और वहां पर बचाव दल पहुंच रहा है।
जी, and in fact it's a tweet that has come in from the ANI right now that the Sukhoi, about the crash of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000, both aircrafts crashing near Morena in Madhya Pradesh. Details awaited. सत्य विजय, जैसे कि आपने कहा, which airbase, ये कौन से एयरबेस से टेक ऑफ किया था, क्या वो डिटेल है?
देखिए, अभी जो जानकारी है, जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि जो घटना क्रम है उसकी ही जानकारी निकलकर सामने आई है कि मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना में पहाड़गढ़ इलाके में मानपुर एक गांव है, उस इलाके में ये प्लेन है जो क्रैश हुआ है। और जो रक्षा सूत्रों के मुताबिक जो जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है उसमें सुखोई 30 और मिराज 2000 विमान ये दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुए हैं। लोकल स्तर पर जो जानकारी हमें मिल रही है उसमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि ये 2 पायलट जो हैं वो इंजर्ड हैं, हालांकि वो बचाव दल को मिल गए हैं, ऐसा एसपी आशुतोष बागरी ने कंफर्म किया है। अब बाकी जानकारियां अभी आना बाकी हैं, बहुत ही जल्दबाजी, क्योंकि कुछ देर पहले ये घटनाक्रम हुआ है। प्लेन कैसे क्रैश हुए इसकी भी अभी अधिकृत जानकारी किसी भी अधिकारी के पास या रेस्क्यू टीम के पास नहीं है। अगर जो इंजर्ड पायलट अगर वो बोलने की स्थिति में होते हैं या फिर टेक्निकल टीम समझ पाएगी, उसमें अभी बहुत टाइम लगेगा कि किस वजह से ये हादसा हुआ। लेकिन बड़ा घटनाक्रम है। स्थानीय लोगों ने कुछ विजुअल भी प्रोवाइड कराए हैं, लेकिन अधिकारी उसकी पुष्टि नहीं कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जो विजुअल हमारे पास हैं उन्हें देखकर लग रहा है कि ये उसी घटना के हैं। इसमें जो प्लेन है वो पूरी तरह से आग के हवाले, उसके परखच्चे उड़ चुके हैं। हालांकि अभी तक किसी की कैजुअल्टी की कोई खबर नहीं है। दोनों जो पायलट हैं वो इंजर्ड बताए जा रहे हैं।
ज्यादातर प्लेन्स जो इस एरिया में फ्लाई करते हैं फॉर ट्रेनिंग एक्सरसाइज या कुछ भी के लिए, तो वो ज्यादातर महाराजपुर एयरबेस से आता हुआ है, तो मोस्टली फ्रॉम ग्वालियर इन महाराजपुर एयरबेस। एंड अर्लियर टू मोरेना में काफ़ी ऐसे फाइटर प्लेन्स क्रैश हुआ है। क्या उसकी जानकारी है आपके पास? कुछ डेटा है जो हम अपने व्यूअर्स को दे सकते हैं?
हाँ जी, देखिए, ग्वालियर में हवाई पट्टी एयरफोर्स का जो है बाकायदा एयरवेज वहाँ पर है, और वहाँ पर अमूमन इस तरह की इससे पहले भी घटना हो चुकी है जब प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं। लेकिन अभी ये प्लेन कहाँ से आ रहा था, कहाँ जा रहा था, और इसमें कितने फाइटर प्लेन है कि बाकी जानकारियाँ हैं। बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी किसी भी नतीजे पर पहुंचना, जैसा कि मैं कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि लगातार हमारे पास फ़ोन भी आ रहे हैं, जो सोर्स हैं जो हमें वहाँ की जानकारी उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। वहाँ पर नेटवर्क काफ़ी कमज़ोर है जिस स्पॉट पर ये घटना हुई है। और जो प्रारंभिक तौर पर जानकारी आई है वो यही है कि 2 प्लेन बताए जा रहे हैं, दोनों दुर्घटनाग्रस्त बताए जा रहे हैं। अब ये क्या आपस में टकराएं या किसी तकनीकी खामी की वजह से क्रैश हुए हैं, ये अभी बिल्कुल समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। कुछ लोग, स्थानीय लोगों का ये भी कहना है कि उन्होंने प्लेन क्रैश होते हुए देखा है, शायद आग उसमें लग गई थी जिस वजह से ये हादसा हुआ। लेकिन ये बहुत जल्दबाजी होगा इस बारे में कुछ भी कह पाना, क्योंकि काफ़ी सेंसिटिव ये इशू है देश की, चूँकि वायुसेना के ये प्लेन थे और किस वजह से ये हादसा हुआ इस बारे में अभी बहुत जल्दबाजी होगा कहना। लेकिन बड़ा घटनाक्रम हुआ है मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना में। और आपने ठीक कहा कि इससे पहले भी ग्वालियर या मुरैना या भिंड जो ये जो बेल्ट है इस इलाके में इस तरह की घटनाएं, जब क्रैश होने की घटनाएं हो चुकी हैं पहले भी।
Right, many such in Bhind as well as in Morena, many such crashes, mostly of aircrafts that take off from the Maharaj Nagar air base in Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh have taken place. In most cases, the pilot is able to eject himself, and so casualties have been very few. But these are two fighter planes, Satya Vijay, that we're talking about, the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000, which the Indian Air Force relies heavily on. Earlier too, have there been concerns about the safety of these planes ever, that, you know, technically perhaps more needs to be done to adjust them to Indian conditions?
जी अपना सवाल दोहराएं।
Satya Vijay, when we talk about the technical issues, have there been concerns ever about this, the adaptability about the Sukhoi 30 or the Mirage 2000 as far as Indian conditions are concerned, considering that, you know, such crashes are becoming more and more frequent?
जी देखिए, अब क्या तकनीकी खामी रही इस बारे में, जैसा कि मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, बहुत जल्दबाजी है कुछ भी कह पाना, क्योंकि अभी तो रेस्क्यू पहली प्राथमिकता है। लेकिन जो दो जो प्लेन हैं जो क्रैश होना बताए जा रहे हैं, रक्षा सूत्रों से भी यही जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है कि सुखोई 30 और मिराज 2000 विमान जो है वो दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुए हैं। तो जो हमारी लोकल स्तर पर बात हुई है, कुछ ऐसे लोग दावा कर रहे हैं, वहाँ के उस मानपुर गाँव जो है वहाँ के कुछ लोगों का ऐसा दावा है कि उन्होंने जब प्लेन गुजर रहा था वहाँ से, उसमें आग की लपटें दिखी। ऐसा दावा सिर्फ स्थानीय लोग कर रहे हैं, हम इसकी पुष्टि नहीं कर रहे हैं। तो क्या खामी रही है, क्योंकि पहले भी कई तकनीकी खामियों की वजह से इस तरह के प्लेन क्रैश हो चुके हैं और कई बार सवाल भी खड़े हुए हैं। हालांकि हम सिर्फ घटना पर बात करें तो अभी जो प्रारंभिक जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक, जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि 2 प्लेन बताए जा रहे हैं। एसपी मौके पर पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, रेस्क्यू टीम वहाँ पहुंच चुकी है, स्थानीय लोग भी जितनी मदद हो सकते वो कर रहे हैं। 2 पायलट बताए जा रहे हैं, ये हमें हमारे लोकल सोर्स ने बताया, लेकिन दोनों अच्छी बात है कि सिर्फ इंजर्ड हैं। तो बाकी जानकारी अभी और आना फिलहाल कह सकते हैं कि बाकी है, और इनपुट्स इस पर निकालने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है।
Right. The last such crash, as far as my research shows me, took place in 2021, if I'm not wrong, Satya Vijay. That was a crash that took place in Bhind in Madhya Pradesh, as a Mirage 2000 crashed. Do you have any recollection of that? Can you tell us anything about that? That would be, of great help when, when looking for survivors, or when, detecting what could have caused the crash this time around as well. Satya Vijay.
जी हाँ, देखिए, ग्वालियर हो या इसके अलावा कुछ दिनों पहले रीवा में भी एक घटनाक्रम सामने आया था, जहाँ पर कि एक ट्रेनिंग स्कूल का जो है वो एयरक्राफ्ट क्रैश हुआ था, और ग्वालियर में भी इससे पहले घटना हो चुकी है। भिंड, ग्वालियर, मुरैना, ये वही बेल्ट है, चूँकि ग्वालियर में एयरवेज है वायुसेना का, और वहाँ से प्लेन अमूमन उड़ते हैं, दूसरी जगह जाते हैं। इस दौरान ये हादसे कई बार पहले हुए हैं। उसमें क्या तकनीकी खामियाँ थी और बाकी इस घटना में क्या है, इस बारे में अभी मेरा मानना ये कि कहना बहुत जल्दबाजी है, क्योंकि अभी हम लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि वहाँ से, मुरैना से, जहाँ पर ये घटनाक्रम हुआ है, वहाँ पर जो लोकल स्तर के अधिकारी हैं उनसे और इनपुट जुटाए जा सकें, वो अपने स्तर पर प्रारंभिक जांच में क्या निकल कर आ रहा है वो हम तक पहुँचाएं, ये जानकारी हम लेने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन फिलहाल इतना ही कहा जा सकता है कि रेस्क्यू टीम पहुँच गई है, 2 पायलट हैं जो इंजर्ड हैं, बाकी 2 विमान बताए जा रहे हैं जो क्रैश हुए हैं।
And these are visuals from the crash site. This is Morena in Madhya Pradesh, where we have with us on the ground my colleague Satya Vijay to take us through what's happening. Time now for a short break, but we will be bringing you all the updates on this. Stay tuned.
Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally.
You're watching Live and Breaking, and going back once again to the top breaking news right now. Plane crashes. 2 Indian Air Force planes have crashed. Getting you news from Madhya Pradesh in Morena, where defense sources have informed of the crash of a Sukhoi 30 in Morena. And joining me now is Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Mr. Wing Commander Bakshi, well, we are looking at the visuals there, showing our viewers your take on this, because for us, although we do know that Morena is no stranger to such crashes, but it's the loss of a huge, well, the Sukhoi 30, regarded as a backbone of the Indian Air Force, and the Mirage 2002 has served our Air Force very well. The loss of another 2 aircrafts. Your take on this?
Well, my take is absolutely what I have been telling you, that fighter flying is not a child's play. It is not airline flying and flying club flying. It is the most dangerous profession on earth. So, because the pilot flies in the most dangerous manner, in the extremes of the aircraft performance and his own performance, so there are a lot of dangers. But what I will try to tell you is that in accident, there are a lot of aspects in investigation. Until the investigation is carried out properly, you cannot conjecture. Number of reasons. There can be engine failures, there can be petrol, fuel contamination, there can be mid-air collision, there can be collision with birds. A flock of birds in winters is a very common phenomenon in that area, especially Siberian geese. So both aircraft were doing close exercise. Possibility is there of them flying together in the flock of birds. That could have happened. So wait for the total investigation report, which will be aided by the cockpit voice recorder, as well as will be aided by the black box, and thereafter you will find out what the reason could have been.
Right, so we'll be coming back to you, but it's time now for a short break. We'll be right back. We are bringing you, our viewers, all the updates on the 2 plane crashes that took place this morning of the Indian Air Force, both fighter aircrafts. Time now for a short break.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important?
You're watching live and breaking news that we've been tracking for the past few minutes from Madhya Pradesh, where defense sources have informed a Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000 aircraft have crashed near Morena in Madhya Pradesh. Search and rescue operations have been launched. The two aircraft had taken off from the Gwalior Air Base in Madhya Pradesh, where an exercise was going on. Meanwhile, an aircraft also crashed in Rajasthan's Bharatpur in the Ujjain area of the city. However, it was not immediately clear whether it was a helicopter or a plane. It is also not known yet whether it was a civil or military aircraft. Further details are and coming up, all the updates here on Republic. Stay tuned. We are tracking the stories of all these crashes, back-to-back crashes.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
It's 12 p.m. viewers, and here are the headlines. Sukhoi 30 and Mirage 2000 aircraft crash near Morena. Search and rescue operations launched. Another aircraft crashes in Rajasthan's Bharatpur district. Further details are awaited.
भारत का राष्ट्रीय धर्म है। हम सब अपने व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों से ऊपर उठ करके अपने इस राष्ट्रीय धर्म के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes a big statement, says Sanatan is equal to the national religion. Political storm over Yogi's Sanatan remark, Congress and NC hit out. Another case of shocking police brutality in the United States. 29-year-old Nichols was dragged and beaten up. It's crisis after crisis that cripple Pakistan. Finance Minister now shifts the onus on God. Going across now to some breaking updates that we are picking up of the plane crash that we had been tracking. Now, viewers, in fact, this was the crashes from Madhya Pradesh, and the defense sources have now informed that a Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000 aircraft have crashed near Morena in Madhya Pradesh itself, and search and rescue operations have been launched for the same. Defense Ministry sources have stated that Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh was briefed by the Chief of the Air Staff on the crash of the two aircrafts of the Indian Air Force. Raksha Mantri inquired about the well-being of the IAF pilots and is monitoring the developments closely. Now, that is the statement that is coming to light from the Defense Ministry. And the two aircrafts had taken off from the Gwalior Air Base in Madhya Pradesh, where an exercise was going on. Meanwhile, an aircraft crashed in Rajasthan Bharatpur district in the Ujjain area of the city. And however, it was not immediately clear whether it was a helicopter or a plane. It was not known yet whether or not it was a civil or military aircraft. We are in fact waiting to hear some more details of this crash and to learn some more details of the aircraft that has also crashed as well. Of course, at a time like this, it becomes important to get in the experts as well. Let me bring in Group Captain Augustine Vinod, who is from the Indian Air Force Defense Analyst, who is live with us right now. Group Captain Augustine Vinod, if I could speak to you about this crashes that we are tracking. If you could speak to us about the aircraft that was in fact involved in this crash and the reasons, the various reasons that there could be for this kind of crash as well. If you could speak to us primarily about these two crashes, in fact, that we are tracking that have taken place in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan.
Yeah, the Madhya Pradesh crash first. Gwalior was my alma mater. I flew this aircraft. You can see it right behind me. Been flying it since 1997 till 2019, when I was looking after this aircraft from the headquarters, is when I hung my uniform. So my association with Gwalior and with Mirage 2000 has been since my childhood. Childhood as in since my young age in the Indian Air Force. And it really has hit me hard how both aeroplanes can go down together at a same place. And what I'm picking up from social media and otherwise is that the possibility of mid-air collision does exist. And if you look at it mathematically, that could be the possibility. Now, once again, this is in the realm of trying to piece the data with information with the data that is scantily available at the moment in time. But what is important for us to understand, and I say this to all my countrymen and women, is that when you fight with sword, you are likely to get nicked once in a while. And I'm not saying this. We used to have an air combat manual, sort of like a Bible for us. In that it is very clearly said, and Chanakya has also said it. So you can't be, training with sticks and fighting with swords. You have to fight with sword to, train with sword to fight with sword. So when you train with sword, it is possible that you may get nicked once in a while. And that is part of training, and that is part of the larger probability and mathematics. But once again, two things stands out very clear. One, pilots have suffered injuries, but they are safe, which is good news. And second, and most important is, it is crashed in an area which is devoid of any population below, so the damage has been very, very minimal on the ground. So these are two important things that we are picking up from the screens right now. Mirage 2000 most of the time flies a single pilot. There are, of course, two-seater versions in Mirage 2000. Sukhoi 30 flies always with two pilots as in one pilot in front and one weapon systems operator. Another thing which most of my people of my country may not know is Gwalior is where the Top Gun equivalent training school is. This is where the swords are sharpened and the tip of the sword is made, or the cutting edge of the Indian Air Force is made in Gwalior, in a place called TACD, Tactical Air Combat and Development Establishment. All pilots aspire to go there, and only the best of the best go to Gwalior, and only the best of the best.
That's
go
true.
to
Group Captain Augustine Vinod, it's very important, the details that you're listing out and the information that, of course, that you're also giving to us as far as the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 is concerned. But let me also bring in my colleague Satya Vijay, who's on the ground, and get in some more details and any developments that we are tracking as far as these two crashes are concerned. Satya Vijay, if you can hear me, जो आप बता रहे थे पहले कि जो क्रैश हुआ है, डिफेंस सोर्सेज आपको क्या बता रहे हैं, आपके सूत्र आपको क्या बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से ये पूरा जो क्रैश वहां पर हुआ था, एंड क्या अथॉरिटीज वहां पर अब पहुंच चुके हैं? व्हाट इज द ग्राउंड सिचुएशन, सत्य विजय?
जी हाँ, देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना में ये बड़ा हादसा हुआ है। 2 विमान दुर्घटनाग्रस्त होने की जानकारी लगी है। ये भी जानकारी निकलकर सामने आई है कि ग्वालियर एयरबेस से ही दोनों जो प्लेन है वायुसेना के, जो प्लेन है सुखोई 30 और मिराज 2000, ये दोनों उड़े थे और यहां से उड़ने के बाद मुरैना के पहाड़गढ़ इलाके में ये दुर्घटना बताई जा रही है। हालांकि इंक्वायरी बैठा दी गई है कि क्योंकि ऐसे इनपुट भी निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं कि दोनों जो वायुसेना के एयरक्राफ्ट है ये आपस में टकराए हैं। इस तरह के इनपुट्स हैं, लेकिन ये इंक्वायरी के बाद ही स्पष्ट हो पाएगा। फिलहाल मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने भी ट्वीट करके घटना पर दुख जताया है। मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान के ट्वीट को अगर देखें तो उन्होंने लिखा है कि मुरैना के कोलारस के पास वायुसेना के सुखोई 30 और मिराज 2000 विमानों के दुर्घटनाग्रस्त होने की खबर अत्यंत दुखद है। मैंने स्थानीय प्रशासन को त्वरित बचाव और राहत के लिए निर्देश दिए हैं। पायलटों को सुरक्षित होने की कामना करते हैं। हालांकि हमारे पास जो इनपुट है कि 2 पायलट जो कि सुखोई को उड़ा रहे थे, सुखोई में पायलटिंग कर रहे थे, उन दोनों को उनको सिर्फ चोट लगी है, इंजरी है, उनको बचा लिया गया। लेकिन तीसरे पायलट के बारे में अभी तक कोई भी इनपुट निकलकर सामने नहीं आया है। स्थानीय लोग चूंकि वहां पर जहां पर ये प्लेन क्रैश होकर गिरा है, ये भी जानकारी आ रही है कि एक जो प्लेन है वो मध्य प्रदेश के मुरैना के पहाड़गढ़ इलाके में गिरा है और दूसरा भरतपुर, जो कि राजस्थान में आता है, वहां गिरा है। लेकिन दूसरे प्लेन के क्रैश होने का जो स्पॉट है वो अभी लोकेट नहीं हो पाया है, इसीलिए थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन है। क्योंकि 2 की पुष्टि हो चुकी है कि 2 प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं। मध्य प्रदेश के ग्वालियर से ये दोनों प्लेन उड़े थे और इसके बाद ये क्रैश हुए हैं। वहां पर स्थानीय प्रशासन, एसपी, मुरैना कलेक्टर के साथ साथ तमाम जो टीमें हैं वो मौके पर पहुंची हुई हैं। कुछ स्थानीय लोगों की बाइट हमने सुनी, जिसमें उन लोग बता रहे हैं कि घटना काफी भयानक थी और स्थानीय लोग ऐसा कह रहे हैं कि प्लेन आपस में कोलैप्स हुए हैं, टकराए हैं, लेकिन इसकी पुष्टि हम नहीं कर रहे हैं। फिलहाल अब आगे जो अधिकारी वहां पर पहुंचने के बाद क्या जानकारी और देते हैं, किस वजह से ये हादसा हुआ, क्या टेक्निकल कुछ खामी आई थी या फिर आपस में कोलैप्स हुए, इन सब बारे में अभी कहना बहुत जल्दबाजी होगा। क्योंकि चूंकि मामला काफी सेंसिटिव है, पुलिस प्रशासन के लोग भी कुछ भी कहने से बच रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि इंडियन एयरफोर्स की टीम आएगी, वो मौका मुआयना करेगी। स्पॉट को फिलहाल सील कर दिया गया है, किसी को भी वहां स्पॉट पर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है और जो भी राहत और बचाव कार्य किए जा सकते हैं वो बहुत तेजी से और बेहतर तरीके से वहां पर किए जा रहे हैं।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, जैसा कि आप बता रहे हैं, जो मुरैना में जो क्रैश हुआ है, जो ऑन बोर्ड थे, जो सारे जो पायलट्स ऑन बोर्ड थे, क्या उनसे भी बातचीत की जा रही है? उनको बचाने की जो प्रतिक्रिया है क्या वो की जा रही है? और जो आसपास में जो लोग हैं, जो आई विटनेसेस हैं, वो क्या बता रहे हैं क्रैश के कुछ मिनटों पहले क्या हुआ था? और आप ये भी अगर हमारे दर्शकों को बता पाए कि क्या एक्सरसाइज चल रही थी जिसके अंदर जो ये एयरक्राफ्ट है वो यूज किए जा रहे थे जब ये क्रैश हुआ?
देखिए, ग्वालियर से उड़ान भरी थी दोनों जो प्लेन है, एयरक्राफ्ट हैं, इन्होंने सुबह करीब 10 बजे की घटनाक्रम बताई जा रही है। मतलब 10 बजे ये हादसा हुआ है। पहाड़गढ़ के मानदे जंगलों में ये प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है, ये भी जानकारी निकल कर आई है। मौके पर कलेक्टर, एसपी, तमाम रेस्क्यू की टीम मौजूद हैं। जो अच्छी खबर ये है कि 2 पायलट अभी तक सुरक्षित बताए जा रहे हैं, जो कि जो हमारी जानकारी है उसके मुताबिक सुखोई में सवार थे, सुखोई को उड़ा रहे थे। उन सुखोई सुखोई या मिराज, इनमें से मतलब 2 पायलट जो है वो अभी तक सुरक्षित बताए जा रहे हैं। तीसरे की अभी स्थिति थोड़ी क्रिटिकल निकलकर सामने आई है। तो ये घटनाक्रम में और अगर जानकारी की बात की जाए तो हादसा किस वजह से हुआ, और जैसा कि मैं पहले भी कह रहा था कि मुरैना में ही दोनों प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं या फिर राजस्थान के भरतपुर में भी दूसरा प्लेन क्रैश जाके गिरा है, इसकी अभी तक अधिकृत पुष्टि नहीं हुई है। और इसी वजह से थोड़ा कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है कि कितने प्लेन क्रैश हुए हैं। हालांकि अभी जैसा कि सीएम शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने ट्वीट किया तो उससे ऐसा लगता है कि 2 प्लेन दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हैं, और वायुसेना के सोर्स भी यही बता रहे हैं। और दोनों जो प्लेन है वो ग्वालियर एयरबेस से ही उड़े थे। 10 बजे के लगभग ये हादसा हुआ है। स्थानीय लोग तो चूंकि जो उन्होंने देखा उस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं। एक स्थानीय व्यक्ति से हमारे लोकल सोर्स ने बात की, उसका कहना है कि आपस में कोलैप्स हुआ है, जिससे आग का अंबार जैसी स्थिति हो गई थी। और पूरा जो स्पॉट पे जो हमने विजुअल अभी वहां मौके से पाए हैं उसमें देखा भी जा सकता है कि स्पॉट पर चूंकि प्लेन पूरा जलता हुआ दिख रहा है। इस तरह का ये पूरा घटनाक्रम है। अब इंक्वायरी होगी, इंक्वायरी के बाद ही और कारण निकलकर सामने आएंगे। लेकिन स्थानीय लोग भी जो है रेस्क्यू टीम की काफी मदद कर रहे हैं। जो भी वहां पर हालात उस पर काबू पाने की कोशिश प्रशासन की तरफ से की जा रही है।
सत्य विजय, क्या रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस अभी भी जारी हैं? आर द रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस स्टिल अंडरवे? बिकॉज यू आर टेलिंग अस दैट देयर वर 3 pilots there. 2 of them in fact are fine. One of course is going undergoing treatment and is in critical condition. Is that right? And what will be the investigation by the authorities in this? क्या वो उनसे पूछताछ की जाएगी? जो 2 pilots हैं जो आप बता रहे हैं वो भी सेफ हैं, सुरक्षित है, क्या उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है कि क्या एग्जैक्टली हुआ था जिसकी वजह से ये क्रैश हुआ वहां?
देखिए, जो जानकारी निकलकर सामने आई है उसमें ये अच्छी खबर यही है कि 2 पायलट अभी सुरक्षित हैं, लेकिन वो बातचीत करने की स्थिति में नहीं है। जो तस्वीरें हम देख रहे हैं वो काफी भयानक हैं। जिस स्पॉट पर प्लेन क्रैश होकर गिरा है वहां पर सिर्फ आग ही आग है और पूरा मलबा दिख रहा है। तो ऐसे में जो पायलट है वो काफी ज्यादा इंजर्ड है। उनको पहले प्राथमिक उपचार देना प्रशासन की जिम्मेदारी है, इसीलिए उनको अब वहां से एयरलिफ्ट किया जाएगा या ग्वालियर के हॉस्पिटल ले जाएंगे या बेहतर जगह जहां पर भी उन्हें ट्रीटमेंट मिल सके वहां ले जाया जाएगा। तो अभी हमारा जो लोकल सोर्स है उसके मुताबिक दोनों पायलट किसी भी स्थिति में, ऐसी स्थिति में नहीं है कि वो कुछ जानकारी दे पाए घटना की कि कैसे ये प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, एक्चुअल में क्या वहां पर हुआ था, दोनों प्लेन आपस में टकराए थे या नहीं। इस चीज के बारे में अभी उनसे कोई बातचीत फिलहाल स्थानीय स्तर के जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी और पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं उनकी नहीं हो पाई है। लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि उनको उस स्पॉट को सील कर दिया है। वहां पर अब आम लोगों की आवाजाही बंद कर दी गई है। जो स्थानीय लोग वहां पर जुटे थे और वहां पर जो भीड़ का अंबार लगा था उनको भी दूर कर दिया गया है, जिससे कि किसी भी तरह के जो एविडेंस है वहां उनसे छेड़छाड़ ना हो सके। इसके अलावा प्रशासन और पुलिस की टीम मौके पर है और जल्द से जल्द ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि इंडियन एयरफोर्स के जो अधिकारी हैं वो भी वहां पर पहुंचेंगे और पहुंचने के बाद वो अपने स्तर पर चूंकि इंक्वायरी के आदेश तो दे ही दिए गए हैं, लेकिन जो हादसे की वजह है और हादसा कैसे हुआ इस बारे में एक्चुअल स्थिति बाद में ही सामने आ पाएगी।
Satyavijay, if you could also share with us some more details as far as the other plane crash is concerned. Of course, we understand this is too primary, and of course, we are awaiting confirmation from the official sources of the Defence Ministry as well. But as much as that you are learning from your sources of this crash in Rajasthan and also this crash in Madhya Pradesh as well, the kind of differences as well, because we are looking at those images of the debris in the Rajasthan crash as well. It seems pretty, the kind of debris that we can see on the ground, and of course we are looking at the pilots as well, as you're pointing out, that they will be shifted to the hospitals as well. But stay on with us, Satyavijay, as I also get in Aishwarya Kapoor as well over the broadcast. Aishwarya, if you could speak to us about these crashes that have taken place, one in Rajasthan, the other of course in Madhya Pradesh, but primary information really coming in, what are really the Defence Ministry sources of yours confirming to you at this point?
Well, at this point, the latest which we are getting, that these are two different incidents. The Morena crash was during an exercise. The pilots are under medical care. The Bharatpur chopper crash was not connected with the IAF. It is a private charter, and there have been fatalities. But at this point of time, Priyanka, what is coming in is that it was a training exercise. And what is the real reason of this crash? It's still to be ascertained. And what we are being told that a court of inquiry has been ordered into this, because two of the IAF planes having a crash, and we're just getting some more breaking news, some more visuals which are coming in. I'm just passing on to our teams. This is of that moment which were taken by the bystanders. This is exclusive which is coming in, Priyanka. We're just going to play it within the next few minutes itself, because two set of visuals which we are showing you. One is from Rajasthan, Bharatpur. That is that of a charter plane crashing, and there have been fatalities there. And the other one is the IAF crash near Morena, Madhya Pradesh. And the IAF crash happened while the exercise was on, while the IAF was doing its routine air exercise. So what is the real reason? Was there a malfunction? All of those details are to be ascertained at this very point of time. But these are two sets of visuals, and one more visuals which you've just accessed is that of that very time when the IAF crash took place in Morena. Few of the bystanders were just recording, and they have just incidentally recorded the crash. That is what we are being told. We just access those visuals. We'll just check and then play it out for our viewers in the next few minutes. But these are two sets of visuals on air. Priyanka, one from Madhya Pradesh, the IAF crash, and the other one is that.
Right.
And the close proximity, the close geographical proximity of these two areas was the reason while that the initial, the local administration of both these places thought that it's the same crash. And hence, because geographically these two locations are not that far off, so hence all of that is being looked into, that what is the real reason of these two simultaneous clash in the same area. It's not more than 40 to 50 miles, aeronautically speaking. So very clearly, the agencies are looking into it. Yes, Priyanka, back to you.
The person you are... Well, that being said, Aishwarya, it's, of course, it becomes very important to understand and look at the visuals as well that you're sharing with us. But of course, we will keep coming back to you. But we're looking at those visuals as of now, one from Rajasthan and one from Madhya Pradesh, viewers of this crash that has taken place. And of course, as Aishwarya was also pointing out, that one was in the middle of a military exercise that was being carried out when this crash has in fact taken place. In fact, we are waiting to learn some more details of the crash that has taken place in Rajasthan, because as of now, not many details that have been divulged by the authorities as of now. But we have in fact been able to encapture various videos that the eyewitnesses have been able to send and record and show what really happened just moments after the crash that had taken place there in Rajasthan, in Bharatpur as well. Let's listen in to what the DCP had to say in Bharatpur, and then we'll get you some more breaking updates.
हमको एक सूचना मिली थी सुबह 10-10:15 के आसपास, नंगला बीजा के आसपास एक प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है। तब तक ये भी जानकारी नहीं थी कि ये कोई हेलीकॉप्टर था या कोई प्लेन था, लेकिन मौके पर आने पे पता चला कि ये एयरफोर्स का कोई फाइटर जेट है, क्योंकि हम जो मौके पे मलबा और जिस तरीके से अवशेष बिखरे हुए हैं उससे ये भी पता चल नहीं रहा है कि ये किस कैटेगरी का फाइटर है या कोई रेगुलर प्लेन है। अभी तक की उससे तो अभी कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली है कि वो पायलट कहाँ पे यहाँ से निकल गए हैं या इसके अंदर हैं, क्योंकि अभी जो चेक किया है तो उस मलबे में तो अभी तक हमको कुछ पता चला नहीं है, लेकिन काफी बड़ा गड्ढा है तो इसको एक बार और चेक करा है।
So, well, the authorities say that they know that they don't know too much about the aircraft. They don't know too much about the reason for this crash, but they are, of course, coming out and confirming for us that this crash did take place there in Bharatpur in the morning itself. And, of course, we are tracking for you the other crash as well that has taken place in Madhya Pradesh. And we are waiting to learn some more details of the Bharatpur crash as well, as we just listened in to the DCP also talking about the crash and how the eyewitnesses nearby have been able to capture those visuals that tell us some details of the crash that had taken place. At this point, let me also bring in my colleague Tanisha Avasthi, who's been tracking this story. Tanisha, of course, it's a developing story. We are tracking this. We're waiting to get more and more details of this crash that has taken place. But walk our viewers through some of the details that you have also picked up as far as these two crashes are concerned, both in Madhya Pradesh and also in Rajasthan, and any more details that the Defence Ministry has been able to confirm to us.
Priyanka, really tragic incident coming to fore today on a Saturday morning where Bharatpur, the situation in Bharatpur has not been clear so far yet, but we are getting in details from Madhya Pradesh where this incident has happened, where there are two jets which have crashed. One is the Sukhoi 30 and the other is Mirage 2000. And remember, this information about the plane crash was received around 10 to 10:15 a.m. in the morning, and soon after then is when Republic TV brought to you this news, this tragic news coming in from the state of Madhya Pradesh, where these two jets have crashed. And remember, the area that we are talking about is a dense forest area, and the crash has been at a very, very dense jungle, and hence it is difficult to track where and how the crash has happened. What our sources are telling us, the local sources are telling us, the eyewitnesses are telling us that there are two pilots who have been reported injured in the incident. However, it is not clear yet because the search operations are still on. The dead bodies, the bodies, I beg your pardon,
I beg your pardon, is still the hunt for the bodies are still underway. However, nothing has been found so far because remember, as I was telling you, it is a dense jungle and hence the rescue operations are causing trouble. However, the locals have confirmed to Republic that it was a deadly crash and the wreckage of it has been seen in the video as well, Priyanka. And this information was received at around 10 to 10:15 a.m. in the morning. It's already 12:30 and the search operations are still on. In about some moments from now, we will know what the situation is on the ground, Priyanka.
That's right, Tanisha. Stay on with us as we also bring in once again Group Captain Augustine Vinod on the broadcast. Sir, as you were speaking to us earlier over the importance of understanding these aircrafts as well, but if you could look at these visuals that we are also putting out on our screens, both from Rajasthan and from Madhya Pradesh as well. And as Tanisha, my colleague, was also pointing out, when we look at the wreckage, when we look at the debris, we also understand the intensity of the crash that had also taken place. In your expert opinion, if you could decode this for us and help us understand how these kind of crashes could actually take place. And also we were learning that one in fact of the crash had taken place in the middle of a military exercise as well, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. In this Gwalior crash that I'm learning from social media and the videos that is coming out from channels like yourself, we can only make an intelligent guess and also read from what is coming out of official sources. So official sources have confirmed to us two things, and those two things are very, very important. One is a court of inquiry has been ordered. The court of inquiry in this case in such a crash is headed by senior and experienced fighter pilot. He will be heading the crash, and with him he will have many members, the Court of Inquiry members, who will go into the bottom of how it happened and why it happened. And the aim of the Court of Inquiry is, more often than not, is not fault finding. It is to come out with lessons that such a thing does not happen in the future. If it is, whatever is the reason, it could be a technical malfunction, or it could be an operational risk. In this case, since both have fallen together at a very close range, it could have been an accident due to operational risk. Remember, I'm using this word very carefully, called operational risk, because unlike civilian flying, the fighter flying crashes are, if not for technical, it could be for due to burden, when you're flying low, or operational risk missions. And like I said previously, when you're fighting with sword, you are likely to get nicked once in a while when you're fighting with and training with sword. Because if you don't train with sword, how will you fight with sword? So that is and we have, geostrategically, unfortunately, we are sitting in a place where we are sandwiched by two enemies who cannot digest our rise post 1947. One is nearly a failed state called Pakistan, which is helped by West, because F-16s and Mirage-3s and stuff like that they have. And Pakistan is also helped by China, and China also happens to be our enemy. So we are sandwiched by enemy from northern and northwestern borders, and we have to train to fight, to deal with, in some cases, both together. So how will that happen? That will happen if we train intensely, train realistically, and train together. And let me also tell our viewers, the place where the crash has happened is where the tip of the sword, or the best of the fighter pilot go to train. It is our the Top Gun equivalent training establishment called the TACD. So this is where TACD is. This is where all fighter pilots aspire to go, and not many get a chance to go. Very the cream of every batch goes there to train to become the best of the best. And these are the ones who go back to the unit and impart what they learn to the rest of the unit. So they go as something called a squadron fighter combat leader. So here the fighter combat and fighter strike leaders are made. Here, like I said, the person with the latest tactics and the best training are made here in Gwalior. So Gwalior is a mecca of fighter pilots, and that is where this accident has happened, which is very rare. Right. How many times have you heard that there has been a crash in Gwalior? Very, very rare. So let's wait for what the Court of Inquiry has to tell us. Before Court of Inquiry will take time to come out with its recommendations. But before that, preliminary information will come in a couple of hours.
Of course, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, what you are telling us is, of course, extremely important, and we will have to wait for an official statement as well. Stay on with us as I also welcome my colleagues Harsha, Tanisha, and also Rukma. And Rukma, as I pass it over to you, as we have been tracking these aircrafts and the crashes, and if you could take the next question with our guest as well over these crashes.
To the Court of Inquiry, I'd also like to address Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Commander Bakshi, when we talk about the moment you heard about these two crashes, what were the thoughts that crossed your mind as somebody who is an experienced, as an experienced flyer? Well, Right, we still have to be joined by Wing Commander Bakshi, but Captain Augustine Vinod, the moment you heard about these crashes, What were the thoughts that crossed your mind as an experienced flyer?
Unfortunately, I've seen many crashes in my life, and I have had the misfortune of, picking up my close, dear friends who perished in those crashes. So, first thing that really comes to hit you is, we also suffer PTSD, and we are from that generation when PTSD was also not known. So we learn to cope with it and learn to move on. So, but at this time and age, it is hitting me.
नर्मदा को प्रणाम, नर्मदा मैया को प्रणाम करते हुए
and
coming out of
sir, please
the
continue.
official statement. Yeah, and let's take this forward as it comes along. But the good thing is those two pilots are safe, which is very important. I am worried about the third pilot. Hopefully, we'll get more information about him as well as day progresses. But looking at the way the debris is spread, and both debris together, and other information that is coming out, including official information, it says possibility of mid-air collision exists. So that is what it needs to come out. Maybe by the end of the day, we'll come to know if there was a mid-air collision at all. And once again, I say this, it's an operational risk crash. We need to understand that because we are training to be the best. So once in a while training to be the best, once in a while it is possible that such mishaps could happen. It has happened in the past. It will happen in the future. But the aim is to reduce it to nil. But that rarely would happen. I mean, the best condition for you to not have crashes, never get airborne. So, keep your aeroplanes on ground. But that is not what is a desirable state, isn't it? Desirable state is that all pilots should be completely and fully trained to take on Chinese and to take on Pakistanis. And sometimes it is possible that we may have to take them on simultaneously. So unfortunately, that is the kind of geostrategic location and condition we are living in. And we have to be prepared for that. And we are prepared for that. So we have to take these crashes in that stride. Over to you, ma'am.
Right. Group Captain Vinod, stay with us. I'd like to go across to my colleagues, Harsha and Tanisha, who are with me. Coming to you, Harsha, first. What are you hearing from your sources? At this point, details are still very sketchy, but as of now, what we do understand is that 3 aircrafts have crashed. Am I correct? Over to you.
Exactly. Now what we are learning that it was Su-30 and a Mirage 2000 aircraft which has crashed, and whether it was a mid-air collision or what were the reasons of the collision exactly are not known. But let me tell you that the place where it has where the 2 aircraft has crashed near Morena, that place is known as Kola Rus, where this entire incident has taken place, because Gwalior is a very big airbase and the joint exercise took place in the early morning hours, and it is not very far from Gwalior to Morena. This area is not very far. In a span of one hour, this entire crash took place. Now the sources of the investigation, because a court of inquiry has been set up by the Defence Ministry, as it has been said that 2 pilots are safe, but the location of the 3rd pilot is still being traced by the IF chopper. So IF chopper has also reached to the designated location of the crash. And what is the location of the 3rd pilot? Because 2 pilots which were in there were 2 pilots in the Su-30 and there was 1 pilot in the Mirage 2000 aircraft. Now 2 pilots are safe, but the 3rd pilot's location is still unknown. And what were the reasons of this entire crash? What led to this incident is still being investigated by the Defence Ministry. But a very horrific incident, we could clearly say, because it was a mid-air collision. What were the reason? And they were nearby. There were locals who saw that Su-30 caught fire in the mid-air, and then immediately in a span of 5 to 10 minutes, the entire aircraft was crashed. The 2 pilots are safe, but the investigation in this entire matter, Rukma, is going on, but Defense Ministry is also seeing whether what more could be the sources of this crash in the mid-air. Back to you.
Right, Harsha. Harsha, stay with us. Tanisha also is with us. Tanisha, I'll be just coming to you, but first of all, I'd like to go across for a quick word with our guest, Captain Augustine Vinod. Captain Vinod, what are the thoughts that cross the pilot's mind? You know, as he's about to crash, is he aware that this is going to happen? Both aircrafts traveling at full speed. What are the thoughts at that point of time?
Yeah, see, you see here, this, I mean, can you bring me on the screen?
Right, sir.
I mean, I was trying to answer your question.
To bring,
so if you bring me on the screen, this skin that you see here, this is all new. Yeah, this is all new skin. 1st of March 1995, I was involved in a crash.
Well, these are visuals from Morena in Madhya Pradesh, where we are hearing about the crash of 2 fighter aircrafts of the Indian Air Force. More details are awaited. Rescue and relief operators are at the scene. Both pilots of both the aircrafts are safe. They ejected out safely. We are connecting with Captain Augustine Vinod, who is an experienced fighter pilot who has trained here at the Gwalior Air Base, from which both the aircrafts took off, and we're trying to connect with him once again to understand more about such crashes. Well, the last we heard about such a crash was in 2021. Of course, we have with us my colleagues Harsha and Tanisha as well, bringing us up to date with all the latest from the ground. But for a deeper perspective, with us is Captain Augustine Vinod, who was telling us about the next steps, the follow-up investigation that is to continue. Captain Augustine Vinod, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. So the link got broken last time. If you can hear me,
you were telling us.
So what I was, yes. So I was myself involved in a MiG-21 crash in the 1st of March 1995 during takeoff road. You know, the entire aeroplane engulfed in flame, and I thought that was it. That was a question you asked, if you remember. I was standing, I landed back on the runway, and the entire aircraft was on fire, including the ejection seat, the cockpit, everything was on fire. I was standing on the seat for a second before I got out. But the life flashes in front of you, and the time dilation that happens is, I can't explain it. The entire life goes past in front of you in that less than half a second or 1 second. And that day I thought, that is it. This is all the life is all about. But anyway, I jumped into the fire and came out, yes, albeit little burnt, but came out to live, to tell the story in front of you. So being a fighter pilot is not easy. And, wearing the overall and defending a nation day in and day out is what we all do, and I did, and many of my seniors did for 35, 40 years. And people give their entire lifetime.
Right.
So I went in at the tender age of 17 and I came out, I was nearly 50. So हमारा बचपन और जवानी और a big chunk of हमारे जो beginning के बुढ़ापा हम देश को दे चुके हैं और दे भी रहे हैं. So that is ये जो जज्बा है, this feeling is what is important, and I want to tell it to our kind of children of our tomorrow. To be,
yes, sir.
To defend our nation, to put it together, to keep it together, is what one should aspire for simple reason that we are not in a geostrategic location where we are flanked by good neighbors. We are not flanked by good neighbors. We are flanked by inimical neighbors who are all the time trying to attack us, while we don't have any extraterritorial ambition. Our the merely most important book is the Constitution of India. The Constitution does not permit us to invade any country. That is not the Constitution other countries have. China has an expansionist theory. They want to expand all the time. We are not like that. So we want to live peacefully, and these two countries won't let us. And that is why we need to train well to take both of them on. And that is what happens at Gwalior. That is the most important aspect we need to understand.
Right.
At Gwalior, we are making fighter combat leaders who go back to the unit. So they come from various units from all across India. They come to Gwalior, get trained there, get current there. The best of the tactics is given to them. Now they go back to the units and train the new fighter pilots, budding fighter pilots. And ये सिलसिला चलता रहता है.
Right. So,
any new weapon
my colleague Priyanka at this point has a question for you. Priyanka, it's
yes.
over to you.
Thanks, Rukma, and Group Captain Augustine Vinod. We really appreciate the way that you're also entailing your own stories and giving us a fresh perspective on what's really happening with these crashes. But at this point, I want to talk to you and ask you about the court of inquiry and how really the procedure of the inquiry will go forward from here, when we know that we have very little information about at least one of the crashes there in Rajasthan. But if we speak about the one in Madhya Pradesh, and also if you could speak to us about the Rajasthan one, as to how the investigation will go on into it, how the inquiry into this will go on, if you could walk us through us through the entire procedure of the investigation into the Morena crash as well, as far as that one particular crash is also concerned, Group Captain Augustine Vinod.
Yeah, that question you asked a right guy, because I'm a trained aircraft accident investigator, and I've been the senior flight safety officer of Gwalior. And not very long ago, it was in 2011. So the air crash investigation, especially what we do in Indian Air Force, I think, after having seen many air crash investigations all over the world, I've studied air crash investigations from United States to Brazil to European countries. The air crash investigation that we do is, I think, is one of the most professional air crash investigation we do ever. Immediately the team is formed. They collect all the available evidences, as any air crash investigations, or any investigation for that matter too, which involves what in civilian parlance called as the black box, which is the flight data recorder. So the flight data recorder of Sukhoi and Mirage are very advanced flight data recorder. They have all the details, including the voice details and the weapon selections and etc. and interpilot communication, etc. So, and it is in a very secure location, unlike a civilian aeroplane where it is in the tail. Here it is double banked, and many such computers are there on board, which would have been recovered, and they will be read. That takes a while. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get all the data together, and now the inquiry would pan out. So first and foremost job for the court of inquiry is to A, collect the data, and B, put them chronologically, and C, find out which data is corrupt and which data is correct. We would also, since it is a multiple aeroplane mission, we would also have data from the air defense radars. So again, people need to understand fighter flying is like an aerial ballet. You never fight alone. You fight with and against somebody, with the help of somebody. So it is like I said, it is a ground air conglomeration of an activity. It's if you look at it from outside, it is an extremely orchestrated activity where the controller on the ground, the fighter controllers on the ground, and we have some of the exceptional fighter controllers, and I commanded one such unit in Lucknow. So that is where the fighter controllers are made. So these fighter controllers, they control the entire, orchestrate the entire aerial battle. So all this data is now collected together, and now we piece it together to find out what has gone wrong and how we can, prevent such an incident or accident in the future. So that is the whole aim of the exercise. So that already has been, I'm sure, has been constituted. Over to you, ma'am.
All right. Group Captain Augustine Vinod, we really appreciate the details that you're listing out with us. I request you to stay on with us, as are my colleagues Harsha, Tanisha and Rukma as well. Please, I request you to stay on with us as we slip into a very short break. But this is one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you today, viewers. The crashes that have taken place, the inquiry that is going to be continuing, and the investigation going on the ground as of now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt. Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Science,
breaking and the top news at this hour: search and rescue operations launched in Morena, the site of the crash of two fighter aircrafts of the Indian Air Force. Priyanka, my colleague, to take you through whatever details are available so far. Priyanka, it's over to you.
Well, that's right, Rukma. In fact, we have very limited details that we have been able to confirm because that has been authenticated and shared by the Defence Ministry as well. As far as the inquiry into these crashes is also concerned, but of course, the reason for this crash will be determined due to an official inquiry that will be carried out. And we will be keeping a close track on this big story today, Rukma, for our viewers. But right now, it's time for a very short break. We'll be back with more updates.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024 and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities and raking up the communal issues in the country. Welcome back, viewers. Once again, we are tracking for you the aircraft crash that has in fact taken place there in Madhya Pradesh. The Sukhoi 30 and we have also seen the Mirage 2000 that has in fact crashed, and of course there is an inquiry into this entire matter by the Defence Ministry as well to understand how these crashes have really taken place there in Madhya Pradesh as well. And of course, the IAF has already ordered a court of inquiry to establish, in fact, whether there was a mid-air collision or not. And these are some of the other details that we're putting out on your screens of the crash that has taken place there in Madhya Pradesh, and how really the crash had 3 pilots, in fact, that had been on board, and what really has been the medical condition of the pilots as well. They will, of course, also be spoken to, and there will be an entire inquiry into this matter as to how this crash has taken place of both the aircrafts, that is of Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 aircraft that has crashed near Morena in Madhya Pradesh. And of course, we are waiting to determine as to how really this crash has taken place, as the Defence Ministry has already given out an official statement that they will be inquiring and investigating into the matter, and after that there will be some kind of an official statement that we can expect from the Defence Ministry as well. And on that note, let's slip into a very short break, viewers, and we will be keeping a track of this big story today of these crashes that have in fact taken place there in Madhya Pradesh, both of the Sukhoi and the Mirage 2000 aircraft that have in fact crashed in Madhya Pradesh.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the parade ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities, and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested. Welcome back, viewers. We stay with the biggest story, in fact, that we are tracking of these crashes that have taken place there in Madhya Pradesh of these two aircrafts, that is the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 as well. The crash, in fact, has also led to the Defence Ministry speaking about the investigation that will go on, the court of inquiry that has already been asked for in this entire matter. And we are putting out some more details of these crashes that have taken place. In fact, we are now able to confirm for our viewers that this crash happened at around 5:30 a.m. in the morning in Morena. And we are, of course, also waiting to hear from the Defence Ministry as far as the official statement is concerned over the reason for this crash. But of course, there is a court of inquiry that has already been directed by the Defence Ministry. And as of now, we're putting out the visuals of the crash.
की हजारों वर्षों की यात्रा में समाज शक्ति की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। हमारा ये सौभाग्य रहा है कि हर महत्वपूर्ण काल में हमारे समाज के भीतर से ही एक ऐसी ऊर्जा निकलती है जिसका प्रकाश सबको दिशा दिखाता है, सबका कल्याण करता है। भगवान देवनारायण भी ऐसे ही ऊर्जा पुंज थे, अवतार थे, जिन्होंने अत्याचारियों से हमारे जीवन और हमारी संस्कृति की रक्षा की। देह रूप में मात्र 31 वर्ष की आयु बिताकर जनमानस में अमर हो जाना सर्वसिद्ध अवतार के लिए ही संभव है। उन्होंने समाज में फैली बुराइयों को दूर करने का साहस किया, समाज को एकजुट किया, समरसता के भाव को फैलाया। भगवान देवनारायण ने समाज के विभिन्न वर्गों को साथ जोड़कर आदर्श व्यवस्था कायम करने की दिशा में काम किया। यही कारण है कि भगवान देवनारायण के प्रति समाज के हर वर्ग में श्रद्धा है, आस्था है। इसलिए भगवान देवनारायण आज भी लोक जीवन में परिवार के मुखिया की तरह हैं। उनके साथ परिवार का सुख दुख बांटा जाता है। भाई और बहनों, भगवान देवनारायण ने हमेशा सेवा और जन कल्याण को सर्वोच्चता दी। यही सीख, यही प्रेरणा लेकर हर श्रद्धालु यहां से जाता है। जिस परिवार से वे आते थे, वहां उनके लिए कोई कमी नहीं थी, लेकिन सुख सुविधा के बजाय उन्होंने सेवा और जन कल्याण का कठिन मार्ग चुना। अपनी ऊर्जा का उपयोग भी उन्होंने प्राणी मात्र के कल्याण के लिए किया। भाई और बहनों, भला जी भला, देव भला। भला जी भला, देव भला। इसी उद्घोष में भले की कामना है, कल्याण की कामना है। भगवान देवनारायण ने जो रास्ता दिखाया है, वो सबके साथ से सबके विकास का है। आज देश इसी रास्ते पर चल रहा है। बीते 8-9 वर्षों से देश समाज के हर उस वर्ग को सशक्त करने का प्रयास कर रहा है जो उपेक्षित रहा है, वंचित रहा है। वंचितों को वरीयता, इस मंत्र को लेकर के हम चल रहे हैं। आप याद करिए, राशन मिलेगा या नहीं, कितना मिलेगा, ये गरीब की कितनी बड़ी चिंता होती थी। आज हर लाभार्थी को पूरा राशन मिल रहा है, मुफ्त मिल रहा है। अस्पताल में इलाज की चिंता को भी हमने आयुष्मान भारत योजना से दूर कर दिया है। गरीब के मन में घर को लेकर टॉयलेट, बिजली, गैस कनेक्शन को लेकर चिंता हुआ करती थी, वो भी हम दूर कर रहे हैं। बैंक से लेन देन भी कभी बहुत ही कम लोगों के नसीब होती थी। आज देश में सभी के लिए बैंक के दरवाजे खुल गए हैं। साथियों, पानी का क्या महत्व होता है, ये राजस्थान से भला बेहतर कौन जान सकता है। लेकिन आजादी के अनेक दशकों बाद भी देश के सिर्फ 3 करोड़ परिवारों तक ही नल से जल की सुविधा थी। 16 करोड़ से ज्यादा ग्रामीण परिवारों को पानी के लिए संघर्ष करना पड़ता था। बीते 3.5 वर्षों के भीतर देश में जो प्रयास हुए हैं, उसकी वजह से अब 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा परिवारों तक पाइप से पानी पहुंच लगा है। देश में किसानों के खेत तक पानी पहुंचाने के लिए भी बहुत व्यापक काम देश में हो रहा है। सिंचाई की पारंपरिक योजनाओं का विस्तार हो या फिर नई तकनीक के सिंचाई, किसान को आज हर संभव मदद दी जा रही है। छोटा किसान जो कभी सरकारी मदद के लिए तरसता था, उसे भी पहली बार पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि से सीधी मदद मिल रही है। यहां राजस्थान में भी किसानों को पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के तहत 15,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक सीधे उनके बैंक खातों में भेजे गए हैं। साथियों, भगवान देवनारायण ने गौ सेवा को समाज सेवा का, समाज के सशक्तिकरण का माध्यम बनाया था। बीते कुछ वर्षों से देश में भी गौ सेवा का ये भाव निरंतर सशक्त हो रहा है। हमारे यहां पशुओं में खुर और मुंह की बीमारियां, खुरपका और मुंहपका कितनी बड़ी समस्या थी, ये आप अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। इससे हमारी गायों को, हमारे पशुधन को मुक्ति मिले, इसलिए देश में करोड़ों पशुओं के मुफ्त टीकाकरण का बहुत बड़ा अभियान चल रहा है। देश में पहली बार गौ कल्याण के लिए राष्ट्रीय कामधेनु आयोग बनाया गया है। राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन से वैज्ञानिक तरीकों से पशुपालन को प्रोत्साहित करने पर बल दिया जा रहा है। पशुधन हमारी परंपरा, हमारी आस्था का ही नहीं, बल्कि हमारे ग्रामीण अर्थतंत्र का भी मजबूत हिस्सा है। इसलिए पहली बार पशुपालकों के लिए भी किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा दी गई है। आज पूरे देश में गोवर्धन योजना भी चल रही है। ये गोबर सहित खेती से निकलने वाले कचरे को कंचन में बदलने का अभियान है। हमारे जो डेयरी प्लांट है वे गोबर से पैदा होने वाली बिजली से ही चले, इसके लिए भी प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, पिछले वर्ष स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर मैंने लाल किले से पंच प्राणों पर चलने का आग्रह किया था। उद्देश्य यही है कि हम सभी अपनी विरासत पर गर्व करें, गुलामी की मानसिकता से बाहर निकले और देश के लिए अपने कर्तव्यों को याद रखें। अपने मनुष्यों के दिखाए रास्तों पर चलना और हमारे बलिदानियों, हमारे शूरवीरों के शौर्य को याद रखना भी इसी संकल्प का हिस्सा है। राजस्थान तो धरोहरों की धरती है। यहां सृजन है, उत्साह और उत्सव भी है, परिश्रम और परोपकार भी है। शौर्य यहां घर घर के संस्कार है। रग राग राजस्थान के पर्याय है। उतना ही महत्व यहां के जन जन के संघर्ष और संयम का भी है। ये प्रेरणा स्थली भारत के अनेक गौरवशाली पलों की, व्यक्तित्वों की साक्षी रही है। तेजासी से बाबूजी तक, गोगा जी से रामदेव जी तक, बप्पा रावल से महाराणा प्रताप तक, यहां के महापुरुषों, जननायकों, लोक देवताओं और समाज सुधारकों ने हमेशा देश को रास्ता दिखाया है। इतिहास का शायद ही कोई कालखंड है जिसमें इस मिट्टी ने राष्ट्र के लिए प्रेरणा न दी हो। इसमें भी गुर्जर समाज शौर्य, पराक्रम और देशभक्ति का पर्याय रहा है। राष्ट्र रक्षा हो या फिर संस्कृति की रक्षा, गुर्जर समाज ने हर कालखंड में प्रहरी की भूमिका निभाई है। क्रांतिवीर भूप सिंह गुर्जर, जिन्हें विजय सिंह पथिक के नाम से जाना जाता है, उनके नेतृत्व में बिजोलिया का किसान आंदोलन आजादी की लड़ाई में एक बड़ी प्रेरणा था। कोतवाल धन सिंह जी और जोगराज सिंह जी ऐसे अनेक योद्धा रहे हैं जिन्होंने देश के लिए अपना जीवन दे दिया। यही नहीं, राम प्यारी गुर्जर, पन्ना धाय जैसी नारी शक्ति की ऐसी महान प्रेरणाएं भी हमें हर पल प्रेरित करती है। ये दिखाता है कि गुर्जर समाज की बहनों ने गुर्जर समाज की बेटियों ने कितना बड़ा योगदान देश और संस्कृति की सेवा में दिया है और ये परंपरा आज भी निरंतर समृद्ध हो रही है। ये देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि ऐसे अनगिनत सेनानियों को हमारे इतिहास में वो स्थान नहीं मिल पाया जिसके वो हकदार थे, जो उन्हें मिलना चाहिए था। लेकिन आज का भारत, नया भारत, बीते दशकों में हुई उन भूलों को भी सुधार रहा है। अब भारत की संस्कृति और स्वतंत्रता की रक्षा के लिए भारत के विकास में जिसका भी योगदान रहा है, उसे सामने लाया जा रहा है। साथियों, आज ये भी बहुत जरूरी है कि हमारे गुर्जर समाज की जो नई पीढ़ी है, जो युवा है, वो भगवान देव नारायण के संदेशों को, उनकी शिक्षाओं को और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ाएं। ये गुर्जर समाज को भी सशक्त करेगा और देश को भी आगे बढ़ाने में इससे मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का ये कालखंड भारत के विकास के लिए, राजस्थान के विकास के लिए बहुत अहम है। हमें एकजुट होकर देश के विकास के लिए काम करना है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की ओर बहुत उम्मीदों से देख रही है। भारत ने जिस तरह पूरी दुनिया को अपना सामर्थ्य दिखाया है, अपना दमखम दिखाया है, उसने शूरवीरों की इस धरती का भी गौरव बढ़ाया है। आज भारत दुनिया के हर बड़े मंच पर अपनी बात डंके की चोट पर कहता है। आज भारत दूसरे देशों पर अपनी निर्भरता कम कर रहा है। इसलिए ऐसी हर बात जो हम देशवासियों की एकता के खिलाफ है, उससे हमें दूर रहना है। हमें अपने संकल्पों को सिद्ध कर दुनिया की उम्मीदों पर खरा उतरना है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भगवान देव नारायण जी के आशीर्वाद से हम सब जरूर सफल होंगे। हम कड़ा परिश्रम करेंगे, सब मिलकर के करेंगे। सबके प्रयास से सिद्धि प्राप्त होके रहेगी। और ये भी देखिए कैसा संयोग है, भगवान देवनारायण जी का 1111वां अवतरण वर्ष। उसी समय भारत की G20 की अध्यक्षता, और उसमें भी भगवान देवनारायण का अवतरण कमल पर हुआ था। और G20 का जो लोगो है, उसमें भी कमल के ऊपर पूरी पृथ्वी को बिठाया है। ये भी बड़ा संयोग है। और हम तो वो लोग हैं जो पैदाइशी कमल के साथ हुई है। और इसलिए हमारा आपका नाता कुछ गहरा है। लेकिन मैं पूज्य संतों को प्रणाम करता हूं। इतनी बड़ी तादाद में यहां आशीर्वाद देने आए हैं। मैं समाज का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि एक भक्त के रूप में मुझे आज यहां बुलाया, भक्ति भाव से बुलाया। ये सरकारी कार्यक्रम नहीं है, पूरी तरह समाज की शक्ति, समाज की भक्ति, उसी ने मुझे प्रेरित किया और मैं आपके बीच पहुंच गया। मेरी आप सबको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं हैं। जय देव दरबार, जय देव दरबार, जय देव दरबार।
हेलो हेलो चलिए कीबोर्ड। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के समक्ष आप सभी लोग ताली बजा के एक बार भारत माता की। अब के बरस तुझे धरती की रानी कर देंगे, अब के बरस।
Well, there you have it, viewers. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Bhilwara in Rajasthan, where he was in fact speaking and has reiterated over the achievements of the country and has also spoken about the G20 as well in this particular speech that he has just made there in Bhilwara in Rajasthan. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of the crash that has taken place there in Morena in Madhya Pradesh, where the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 aircrafts have crashed.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024 and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested on the campus and handed out the QR codes allowing access to the BBC docuseries. Illicit liquor smugglers attacked the police team of the Welcome back, viewers. Once again, we are tracking for you the crashes that have taken place there in Madhya Pradesh, in Morena. In fact, the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 that have in fact crashed. And in fact, we were also learning that the authorities were telling us that there will be an inquiry into the reason for this crash. And we were also learning the timeline of this crash, that we were getting an authentication that this crash has taken place somewhere around 5:30 a.m. this morning. And we are also learning, in fact, that a court of inquiry that has been instructed to be carried out in these two crashes as well. And of course, the authorities also trying to determine whether there was a mid-air collision between the two aircrafts, which is Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000. And whether or not there had been a mid-air collision between the two aircrafts as well is something that will be entailed in the court of inquiry that has been instructed by the Defence Ministry to be carried out into this. And we are, of course, awaiting the official word on the reason for these crashes as well. And time now here for a short break, viewers. We're getting you all the updates of this crash that has taken place in Madhya Pradesh as we get you updates and details and breaking updates after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the parade ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024 and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Welcome back, viewers. Early this morning, around 5:30 a.m. is what we're getting a confirmation of, that a Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000. There was a crash of these two aircrafts in Madhya Pradesh, and of course, a court of inquiry by the authorities has already been instructed to be carried out to determine what really had been the reason for the crash as well. In fact, we're putting out some more breaking updates on your screens right now. As far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, that had also ordered a court of inquiry into these crashes. We are, of course, now putting out the first statement of the Indian Air Force. I'm reading from the statement now, and it says two fighter aircrafts of the Indian Air Force were involved in an accident near Gwalior today morning. The aircraft were on routine operational flying training mission. One of the three pilots involved sustained fatal injuries, and now an inquiry has been ordered to determine the cause of the accident. Now there you have it, viewers, the first statement coming out from the Indian Air Force detailing the crash that had taken place. In fact, detailing the two fighter aircrafts of the Indian Air Force, as we were mentioning before, the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 that have in fact crashed. And the Indian Air Force has also spoken about how there is a court of inquiry into this matter to determine the reason for the crash as well. Let me also bring in my colleague Tanisha, who's on the ground reporting on this story. Tanisha, tell us more about the statement that we have just now received from the Indian Air Force, and what really are your sources in the Defence Ministry also telling you as far as the reason for this crash is also concerned, and any more details as far as the pilots are also concerned that you can share with our viewers at this point, Tanisha.
Well, yes, Priyanka, a tragic incident coming to fore in Saturday morning. The latest details that we have is that the IAF statement that has come in, where we get to know that the two pilots have been airlifted. Remember, there is a Sukhoi 30 and a Mirage 2000 that has crashed. Sukhoi 30 has two pilots in it, whereas Mirage 2000 had just one pilot in it. The Sukhoi 30 pilots have been traced, they have been airlifted and shifted to the hospital. However, when we talk about the Mirage 2000 pilot, he has not been traced yet, and the IAF chopper have landed, the rescue operations are on, and the hunt is still on to find the pilot who was riding the Mirage 2000. Now a court of inquiry, as you were saying, has been ordered by the IAF. Raksha Mantri, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is taking a stock of the situation, and rescue operations are on. There have been different teams that have been sent to spot. What we are learning is that this incident was of 10 to 10:15 a.m. in the morning is when we get to know that the plane had crashed. Was it a mid-air collision? Was it a technical snag? Is what we are not sure about yet. However, that is still to be ascertained, as our guest earlier was also pointing out that soon after the black box is recovered, only then can the details be found out if there was a technical snag or a mid-air collision, or if there were some other reasons behind this crash. However, the latest inputs that we have coming in is that the two pilots who were riding the Sukhoi 30 are safe and sound. They have been airlifted and shifted to the hospital. Priyanka.
Well, that being said, Tanisha, as you just pointed out very briefly, and if you could expand upon that, because we were learning that there could be a possibility that there might have been a mid-air crash as well between these two aircrafts, that is of Sukhoi 30 and Mirage 2000. Has that been confirmed by the authorities, or any inclination of this kind of an incident that has taken place, and any other details that you can share with us as far as the Mirage 2000 and the Sukhoi 30 are also concerned now, Tanisha?
Well, so far as the reason that is to be concerned for the collision is not been ascertained yet. That can only be established after the inquiry, after the black box has been recovered from these two jets. However, what we are getting to know is that the crash was so deadly that it is really fortunate enough that the two pilots riding the Sukhoi 30 are safe now. They have been airlifted, they have been shifted to the hospital, and they still have their lives intact. However, the third pilot is still missing. The hunt at the search operations are on to find him. Sources within the ministry are telling us that the defense minister has taken stock. He has asked about the health of the two pilots who have been airlifted. The reasons, as you were pointing out, could not be ascertained so far, because what we are getting to know is a court of inquiry has been ordered. There could be 2-3 reasons behind it, because remember, what we are talking about here is Gwalior. It is the base camp where all training take place. So such a collision taking place in Gwalior is quite shocking. Now the reason, there could be different reasons, like I was pointing out, whether it was a mid-air collision, where there was a technical snag, is yet to be ascertained. However, locals are telling us that the crash was so deadly that it left the debris all over the place. It was quite fortunate enough for the two pilots to survive that incident, and luckily they have been airlifted on time. They have been shifted to the hospital. The reasons will be found out only after the black box is recovered, because remember, when we talk about the Nepal plane crash as well, it was a deadly crash that happened just few weeks earlier. It was a passenger plane which had crashed. The black box has been recovered, and the inquiry in that case as well is still on. Similarly, in this case, the inquiry will be taking place, because the court of inquiry has been ordered by the IAF. The Raksha Mantri has taken stock. He had a word with the IAF chief, Mr. Chaudhary, and he was given a brief about all of this incident. The reasons will be ascertained as to why did this crash took place, because what we are getting to know is that these two jets were flying off from the Gwalior base for a training exercise, and that is when they had crashed around 10 to 10:15 a.m. in the morning. The reasons of why did this deadly crash take place will only be clear once the black box is recovered and once the details are out. Priyanka.
That being said, Tanisha, let's explain to our viewers what we mean when we're talking about the court of inquiry, and if you could take us through the details of the entire procedure of the court of inquiry as well, because of course you're also mentioning the details of the black box that will also determine the trajectory of the aircrafts and how and when this crash had really taken place. So walk us through the entire procedure of the court of inquiry that has been ordered, and any more details that the authorities have been able to divulge so far.
Well, when our colleague Satya Vijay was on ground where the crash had taken place, he did talk to the collector of Morena and the SP of the place there. He has given out the names of the two pilots, squadron leaders who were there, who have been airlifted in Morena. They have been shifted to the hospital. Now, the court of inquiry, as we are pointing out, is a very crucial step, because it will give out the details and the intricate details as to why and how did this crash take place, because when we are talking about the court of inquiry,
it's a very unfortunate day for Air Force that we have lost two of the Air Force aircraft today. They were on a routine exercise and taken off from Gwalior. All the three pilots, two from Sukhoi and one from Miraj, have ejected and are seriously injured and taken to the hospital. These aircrafts are really state-of-the-art aircraft, so there is no chance of any technical failure. There might be some timing failure or pilot errors. As a result, both the planes may have touched each other and led it to crash. Another plane has also crashed, which is not yet clear whether it was related with this incident or not. It will only come out in the inquiry how all these three aircraft were involved in the same incidents or who were involved in a different incident.
All right, so that was DS Dillon from Ludhiana, in fact, who has spoken about the entire incident, the crash that had taken place, and of course the debris and the wreckage that we have seen of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 as well. Let me once again go across to my colleague Tanisha. Tanisha, sorry to cut you short. We were getting some reactions as well on that big story. Please continue as you were telling us about the entire court of inquiry, the procedure that entails, and the authorities as to what they have been able to determine so far in these two crashes.
Well, so far, so what we get to know is that let's put in a sequence the events that carried out since morning 10:15 viewers is the time when the crash had happened. 10:15 a.m. in the morning. This is the rough timings that we are getting to know from the officials of the city, that when the crash took place. Soon after that, at around 11 to 11:30 is when
stay on with us. Hold your thoughts as I also bring in Air Marshal P.S. Ahluwalia, who is joining us on the broadcast. And sir, thank you so much for speaking to us here on Republic. And if I could come to you first over the crashes that of course we are tracking. One of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000, the crash that has taken place there in Madhya Pradesh. If you could speak to us about these images that we are seeing, the wreckage that we are seeing, the debris that we are seeing, and of course we will have to wait for an official word as far as the court of inquiry is concerned. But in your own expert opinion, sir, if you could decode these images for us, the wreckage, if you could talk to us about that, and what really that tells us about the crash that has entailed there in Madhya Pradesh.
Well, it's very difficult to establish the cause through the wreckage. That will take a little time to examine and understand and analyze. But I think more important than that is that, you know, how an accident like this takes place, where two aircraft, which are the finest in the Air Force inventory, that is the Su-30 and the Mirage 2000. I bought the first Mirages. I was also the Mirage commander. So I can just tell you a little brief. Firstly, of course, this has happened at Gwalior. And Gwalior, you have both the Su-30 aircraft and the Mirage 2000 aircraft stationed there. You also have, very importantly, what is known as TAC Day. TAC Day implies that this is the school where they have maximum amount of combat training from youngsters to more experienced pilots. This also implies that they undertake more difficult and more risky exercises in the air than in the normal basis. So therefore, this could have been an exercise, a simulation exercise, where both the type of aircraft, the Mirage and the Su-30, must have been involved. I can also tell you very clearly that basically we take a lot of care and caution, and we have a lot of restrictions when we come to anything known as close combat, or even exercises that are done under the radar, where you do not come very close to an aircraft, which can cause an accident. Now this requires a lateral distance. It requires a vertical distance, and you do not cross these limits. And these are safety areas, and everybody adheres to it very seriously. So what must have happened is that this seems to be an air-to-air crash. That means the two aircraft have hit each other. The Su-30, of course, has a pilot and a systems operator, and the Mirage 2000 has a single pilot. My assessment is that they must have been doing some exercise. Of course, this cannot be taken as the gospel truth, which will be brought out by the court of inquiry. But we can just make assessments over here.
Of course, but want to clarify something here, Air Marshal P.S. Ahluwalia, just to clarify something that you pointed out. Very importantly, you said this. Because, of course, we were also picking up from our sources in the Defense Ministry that there might have been a mid-air collision of these two aircrafts, of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000. So when you talk about this, would it be, when we look at the wreckage, when we look at the debris, can that be determined? Because you just mentioned that there might be a possibility of this as well. So how big is that possibility, and what can we say at this point about that?
That would be the possibility. That would be the maximum, not possibility, but probability. because these two aircraft will not come close to each other unless they are doing an exercise which brings them close to each other. But like I said, that there are certain restrictions which are pre-briefed, and the pilots understand it, and they practice this day in and day out. And they always maintain the safety limitations, which I told you is the lateral separation and the vertical separation. In this case, sometimes it happens that you breach that due to unforeseen circumstances, and this must have been one of the reasons. But it seems most probable that both the aircraft have hit each other in the air.
Right.
Hello?
Of course, a very cause of concern, of course, what you're also telling us. But I appreciate and thank you for joining us here on Republic TV, sir. We will, of course, keep coming back to you for your own expert advice over the kind of wreckage and the kind of updates that we are getting of this crash. For the moment, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, and we will continue to get you updates on this big story that we are tracking for you today of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 that have crashed there in Madhya Pradesh.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President al-Sisi here? The al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities, and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested on the campus and handed out the QR codes allowing access to the BBC docuseries. Illicit liquor smugglers attacked the police team of the excise department, which had won 2 raids after receiving information of the sale of illegal liquor in Bhojpur district of Bihar. In fact, 11 policemen were injured in this entire altercation, and along with Welcome back, viewers. We stay with the biggest story that we are tracking for you of the crashes that have taken place of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 there in Madhya Pradesh. Let me quickly go across to our guests joining me here on the broadcast. Group Captain Augustine Vinod continues to be with us. Sir, if I could come to you for a very quick question over this crash that has taken place and over the conversation that we were having with the Air Marshal Ahluwalia as well. How he has mentioned that when we look at the wreckage, when we look at the debris, there can be a possibility, there can be a very strong probability that the two aircrafts might have nicked each other, there might have been a mid-air collision, and that is exactly what was being also confirmed by the authorities as well, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, when I was with you, I told you the same thing. Mathematical possibility or probability is that these two have hit each other. And I was listening to Air Marshal. We worked together when Air Marshal was Air Commodore and I was a squad leader. We were in the same Gwalior together, flying the same aeroplane, Mirage 2000. And like he said, lateral and vertical separation. That is, laterally and vertically, there is, in peacetime, we specify a certain distance, and that distance in a close combat is, and you'll be surprised, for the viewers will be surprised, the minimum distance is 300 meters. Imagine two aeroplanes coming at speeds more than sound are allowed to cross each other at 300 meters. And at 300 meters, the control input required for you to, breach that 300 meters can be measured in, micro degrees. That is the kind of control input that is required from one pilot to breach that little 300 meters. So, fighter flying is very, very precise flying, and you're fighting as if your life is dependent on it. Why? Because not only your life, the entire life of your countrymen are dependent on it. You win an aerial war, you win a surface warfare, you win a naval warfare, your country is kept together, and nobody can, dare look at your country. So, us jaspe se hum ladte hain. That is the kind of at the bottom of our heart, that is the kind of feeling we have towards our country, and that really is the motivating factor when we train. And when we train like the real scenario, keeping the peacetime restrictions in mind. Sometimes these peacetime restrictions can, go wrong. Did it go wrong because of error in judgment or error of skill, or is it because of technical, remains to be seen. But my Air Force has just confirmed that one of the pilots lost his life. It is a fatal accident. So out of the three pilots, one of the pilots is not with us anymore, and Indian Air Force has confirmed that fact on the Twitter. It's come out. Two of the pilots are safe. So my condolences to the family of the pilot, my brother-in-arm, who passed away while training and keeping our country safe. Another important thing that we can see from the crash site is, like I've been saying, is that it has happened in a non-populated area, which means there has been no loss of life or loss of anything on the ground, not even crops on the ground. So that is a little silver lining, I must say, that which is not seen in some of the crashes where you could have some fatalities on ground as well. So that hasn't happened. So God has been kind on that front as well. But again, very important message which I want to give to people on the ground and people who are listening to us is Indian Air Force trains like it is going to fight. So, we have a combat employment manual which says, when you train with sword, you might get nicked once in a while. So this is one such nick, and it has happened in past. It should not happen in future, but mathematical possibility is that it will happen in future as well. But our aim is to reduce these kind of accidents as less as possible while we maintain the edge of training, because we cannot leave that edge of training. And remember, Gwalior is the, they say the cream a la cream of fighter pilots go to Gwalior to become fighter combat leaders who get trained there, go back to their unit. So a lot of fighter pilots, the cream from every batch comes to Gwalior to train to become something called fighter combat leader, FCL. They go back to the unit and teach what they learn here, the current tactics and how to fight, etc., together to their units. Remember, fighter flying and fighting from air against enemy is a well-orchestrated aerial ballet, which involves not only fighter planes, fighter pilots and weapons, but also the fighter controllers on ground, the support arm which comes along, the combat support arms like refuelers, the AWACS. If you remember, during Abhinandan's time, one of the fighter controller, the lady fighter controller, she got the presidential award for orchestrating that particular operation so well that we did not have any losses on Indian side, except Abhinandan, who on a hot pursuit brought down probably 1 or 2 F-16s and went down himself. So how did that happen? We have many
Captain Augustine Vinod, what you're telling us is extremely important, and what you're listing out the details as far as the clash is concerned and how the aircrafts might have nicked each other. And I really appreciate the term you used of the well-orchestrated aerial ballet of the aircrafts during a training period as well. And of course, that is one of the reasons that is being determined. But as of now, we are slipping into a very short break, and we're bringing you updates and breaking news over the crashes that have taken place there in Madhya Pradesh.
Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the parade ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested on the campus and handed out the QR codes allowing access to the BBC docuseries. Illicit liquor smugglers attacked the police team of the excise department, which had won 2 raids after receiving information of the sale of illegal liquor in Bhojpur district of Bihar. In fact, 11 policemen were injured in this entire altercation, and along with this, the smugglers damaged 4 vehicles of the excise department by pelting stones, and no arrests as of now have been made. The Central Bureau of Investigation issues notice to the Kadapa MP Y.S. Avinash Reddy again. Reddy is set to appear before the CBI today in connection with the Vivekanand Reddy murder case. And Vivekanand Reddy, the younger brother of the late AP CM Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy, was murdered at his home in March 2019. And the case was transferred to the Hyderabad CBI on direction of the Supreme Court. In a near rerun of the hit and drag case,
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this 2 p.m. bulletin on this Saturday afternoon on Republic TV. I'm Ankit Prasad, and we're going to be taking you through the story that we've been tracking all day, all through the morning today, about the crash of 2 sophisticated aircraft of the Indian Air Force, a Sukhoi Su-30, possibly MKI, and a Mirage 2000. The Sukhoi, of course, made by the Russians, and the Mirage made by the French. We have found out just a short while ago that of the 3 pilots who were involved in the crash, 2 aboard the Sukhoi and 1 aboard the Mirage, one of the pilots has been martyred in this crash. A court of inquiry has been ordered by the Indian Air Force to ascertain whether or not there was a mid-air collision involved in this fatal accident that has taken place in Morena in Madhya Pradesh. Remember, the planes had taken off from the Gwalior Air Base. I think sometime in the morning, about 5:30 or so, is when we are hearing that the planes had taken off. They crashed a short while later. What you see here, the visuals on your screen, are of the 2 pilots who sustained injuries, who were then subsequently airlifted and are said to be safe for the moment. On the other hand, there was 1 pilot who has succumbed to his injuries and has been martyred in the crash. Once again, these are 2 sophisticated aircraft. We've seen how over the past several years there have been a number of crashes involving the MiG-21. This is not that. These are a Mirage aircraft, which was of the same variety that went into Balakot in Pakistan, for instance, and took on the terrorists there, and the Sukhoi Su-30, which is a highly maneuverable aircraft, which is the bulwark of the Indian Air Force. We have now joining us for more on this Priyanka, who has also been tracking the story right from the morning. Priyanka, if I can come over to you, could you take our viewers through the sequence of events that ensued? When did these planes take off? Where did they crash? And what exactly has happened so far that we can talk about?
So, we can, of course, determine some of the details that have been confirmed to us by the Defence Ministry as well. And as you are also pointing out that there is an investigation into this entire matter, the court of inquiry that has been ordered by the Indian Air Force as well. And of course, we were also listening in to our experts who had joined us on the panel, how they were also entailing the details of the wreckage, of the debris, of the crash that had taken place, and how that has led them to also believe that this might be one of the probabilities that both the aircrafts might have nicked each other. And they have, of course, also talked about how the speed with which the aircrafts in fact approach each other during the time of a training that was in fact underway, during which in fact we are learning that this crashes had also taken place, and that is why the experts are also entailing the details of why it is a very much probability that can take place during a training exercise that there might be a collision. That was also being confirmed to us, Ankit, by the Defence Ministry as well, as they had stated that this is one of the parts that they will be investigating into. Of course, sadly, the updates that we are getting as far as the pilot is also concerned is that one of the pilots has lost his life in this entire crash. There were altogether 3 pilots that had been on board of the aircrafts, and of course there will be a level of inquiry and questioning with the pilots as well to determine what really had happened when this crash had taken place and what really had been the trajectory of the aircrafts when they had been carrying out this training exercise as well, Ankit. Of course, other than that, we are awaiting the details of the reason that has been will be found out during the court of inquiry, which has been ordered by the Indian Air Force as well. Of course, as of now, what we can tell our viewers is that this crash did happen in the morning. And of course, there was a training exercise that was also being carried out with the use of the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 there in Madhya Pradesh, where in fact this crash ended up happening in the morning itself. Okay.
Absolutely. So from what we are hearing, there are 2 pilots who have been airlifted and are safe for the moment. We hope that they make a full recovery. Tragically, one of the pilots has succumbed and has been martyred. I'm very sure shortly find out whether or not there was an element of a mid-air collision and how, if such a thing took place, did 2 pilots manage to escape. It would also be something that we will find out. For the moment, we have Tanisha joining us, and Tanisha, I believe, has a statement from the Indian Air Force. Tanisha, what are you hearing? Is this the first statement? What do we know now?
Well, Ankit, the tragic incident coming to the fore is reported to be around 10 to 10:15 a.m. in the morning. This is when it happened today, and Morena is the place when the crash took place. Remember, there were 2 jets that were involved. Number 1, it was the Sukhoi 30. Number 2, it was the Mirage 2000. Sukhoi 30 is what we are getting to know had about 2 pilots inside. Both of them have been airlifted and rescued. They have been shifted to the hospital. However, when we talk about the Mirage 2000 pilot, he has not been traced here. What we are getting to know is that he has succumbed to injuries. He has been martyred. So a really tragic news coming in from Madhya Pradesh, where we get to know that this flight, the jets that had crashed flew from the Gwalior Air Base. A court of inquiry has been ordered. However, there is likely a possibility of a mid-air collision, because what we are getting to know is that they were flying at a speed of about 800 to 1200 kilometers per hour is what the Defence Ministry sources have been telling us, Ankit. And as far as the condition of the 2 pilots are concerned, they have been critically injured. They have been shifted to the hospital. We have the rescue visuals where the 2 pilots riding the Sukhoi 30 were being airlifted. However, when we talk about the 3rd pilot, IAF choppers were deployed on site. The rescue operations were on, and what we are going to know is that the 3rd pilot who was riding the Mirage 2000 has succumbed to injuries. He has been martyred. Really sad news coming in from Madhya Pradesh. Ankit.
So from what we are being told, the exercise and the takeoff of these 2 fighter planes was at 10 a.m. So it's a little bit later than we initially thought. However, we are yet to find out whether or not truly there was a mid-air collision. The first responders there were, of course, the people of Morena, the people who lived in the vicinity. And what they came to was a total mess. The complete wreckage of both of these very sophisticated aircraft, and I presume at least 2 pilots who were injured and 1 who they later found to have succumbed. We also have the bites of what the administrative officials at Morena and also a police SP at Morena said. Let's hear them as to what exactly they found at this crash site.
मॉर्निंग में जानकारी मिली थी कि जिला मुरैना अंतर्गत पहाड़गढ़ ब्लॉक के मानपुर ग्राम पंचायत क्षेत्र में 2 एयरफोर्स विमानों की डेब्री देखी गई है। तत्काल टीम को यहाँ पे मोबिलाइज करा था, एम्बुलेंस और फायर टेंडर की व्यवस्था करके एसडीएम एसडीओपी भी मौके पे पहुंचे। उसके बाद जो जानकारी हम लोगों को प्राप्त हुई एयरफोर्स के माध्यम से, उसमें 2 एयरक्राफ्ट इन्वॉल्व है, एक सुखोई है और एक मिराज है। 3 पायलट थे, 2 पायलट सेफली इजेक्ट कर गए थे, वो लोग इंजर्ड पाए गए थे लेकिन सेफ थे, उनको एयरलिफ्ट कराया जा चुका है। तीसरे पायलट के लिए अभी सर्च मिशन जारी है। अभी हमारे पास प्रारंभिक जानकारी है, इसमें वेरीफाइड इन्फॉर्मेशन एयरफोर्स की तरफ से नहीं प्राप्त हुई है, लेकिन ये संभावित है कि जिस एयरपोर्ट से पायलट इजेक्ट हुए थे सुखोई के, उसी एयरपोर्ट की डेब्री भरतपुर जिले में भी मिली है।
करीब 10:15 साढ़े 10 के बीच में उज्जैन थाना क्षेत्र के अंदर एक प्लेन क्रैश होने की सूचना कंट्रोल रूम से प्राप्त हुई थी। संभवतः यहाँ पे गांव वालों के द्वारा कोई धमाका सुना गया, उसके आधार पर उन्होंने ये सूचना दी। इस पर पुलिस और प्रशासन के अधिकारी तत्काल मौके पे पहुंचे और उन्होंने भीड़ को दूर करके या रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट किया। एक अनआइडेंटिफाइड प्लेन है, अभी इसका क्लियर नहीं हो पाया है कि किस एजेंसी का है, प्राइवेट है या एयरफोर्स का है, परंतु मौके से जो पार्ट्स मिले हैं उनके आधार पर इसका आइडेंटिफिकेशन का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। साथ ही क्योंकि यहाँ पर किसी पायलट की या कोई और पैसेंजर या किसी की कुछ ह्यूमन पार्ट्स या कुछ नहीं मिला है, तो अंदाजा यही लगाया जा रहा है कि पायलट कहीं सुरक्षित संभवतया निकला होगा। उसको तलाश करने के लिए भी आसपास के क्षेत्रों में पुलिस और प्रशासन के द्वारा प्रयास लगातार किए जा रहे हैं।
So from what we are hearing, viewers, the planes, the 2 planes, the Mirage 2000 and the Sukhoi Su-30 were flying at very fast speeds. We have Tanisha still with us and we'll be going back to her. She tells us that they were flying somewhere in the region of 800 kilometers per hour to 1200 kilometers per hour. That is the speed of sound. And so you can imagine how at that speed, it's obviously a very tricky job to be flying. However, these aircraft are equipped with state-of-the-art systems that mean that they don't just fly basis what the pilots see, they also fly basis a lot of electronic help, telemetry, fly-by-wire systems. Tanisha, what are you hearing so far as to what the defense sources are telling us regards to what these planes were actually doing at the time? What kind of exercise was it? What was the speed at which they were flying? And what do we know about there possibly having been some kind of contact between these 2 aircraft?
Well, what we are getting to know from our defense sources is that they were the training that they were going under was the simultaneous combat flying training, and the speed, like as I told you, was at around 800 to 1200 kilometers per hour, and the 2 plane could have had a mid-air collision. However, the same has not been established yet, because remember, it is a very sensitive issue because it involves the IAF here. And what we are getting to know from our defense sources is that a court of inquiry has been ordered, which will ascertain as to why and how the crash had taken place. What we are getting to know so far is that there were 3 pilots involved, 2 in Sukhoi 30 and 1 in Mirage 2000. Both the pilots flying the Sukhoi 30 have been airlifted and are in a stable condition right now. Remember, they sustained fatal injuries, as it is very clear from the visuals that is running on our screen, because the debris, the crash was so deadly that the debris have been spread all around. What we also know is that a court of inquiry has been ordered, which will ascertain the real reasons as to why and how the plane crash took place. Now remember, a court of inquiry basically is ordered by the IAF to ascertain the real reasons, where physical evidences are taken into place. The area where the crash happened will be sealed. The evidences will be taken into account. The witnesses, when we talk about the local eyewitness, when we talk about the pilot's version, or even the black box which will be recovered later on, all of these will be taken into account, and only then will the real reason for the plane crash will come out. However, it is not advisable to confirm anything for now, because the court of inquiry has been set up. Last time when we had the court of inquiry was back last year, remember when the IAF chopper had crashed, which took away the life of General Bipin Rawat. There We had the tri-services team which were inquiring the whole incident, which were ascertaining the reasons as to why the plane crash took place. Here as well, because it's the IAF teams who have been involved, it's the jets who have been involved, which took off from the Gwalior Air Base, which were undergoing a training and crashed in Morena region of Madhya Pradesh, and hence the court of inquiry has been ordered, which will ascertain the real reasons behind why and how this plane crash took place. Ankit.
Absolutely. Tanisha, we have a couple of pointers to explain to our viewers how exactly this crash took place, what we know so far. One is that it involved a Sukhoi Su-30, a Russian-made aircraft, and a Mirage 2000, a Dassault Mirage, a French-made aircraft. Both are mainstays of the Indian Air Force. The Indian Air Force operates about 250 Sukhois and about 40 to 50 Mirages. An IAF court of inquiry is probing the cause of the crash. They are suspecting that there could be a mid-air collision type of angle to this, but only the court of inquiry will reveal. The IAF, like we said, is also probing whether or not there was contact between the aircraft. There are two pilots who have escaped with injuries, but for the moment they are okay, and we hope they make a full recovery, and they'll possibly be able to shed more light as to whether or not there was an element of that mid-air collision that everyone's talking about involved in this crash. There was one other pilot. There were two aboard the Sukhoi. There was one aboard the Mirage. Out of the three, one of them has been martyred, has sustained fatal injuries, and has died tragically. There we have it. One of the pilots has passed away, is what the Indian Air Force has told us just now. The aircraft had taken off from the Gwalior Air Base. They were on a training exercise. At about 10 a.m. is when they had taken off, both of them from the same air base. The defense minister has spoken to both the Indian Air Force chief and also the chief of defense staff, and has been briefed about what we know at the moment. We can also tell you that he is monitoring other developments related to this. We saw just a short while ago how there was an Indian Air Force chopper that evacuated and airlifted the two injured pilots to safety, and that search and rescue teams were the first responders. There are more on the way. The locals were there as well from Morena. We heard the superintendent of police, and we also heard a district administrative official talk about what they witnessed there as they reached for the first time. Tanisha is continuing to be with us. Tanisha, I'm sure that by now all the topmost echelons of India's defense establishment have been briefed about this incident that has taken place. Could you tell us who all are the officials in the loop, who is briefing the Raksha Mantri, and so on and so forth?
Well, the defense minister was the first who have been briefed by Air Chief Mr. Chaudhary, and when we talk about the reaction that have been coming in, we have Jyotiraditya Scindia, Union Civil Aviation Minister, who had tweeted about this incident, and he has expressed his grief in regard with the incident. When we talk about the defense minister, he was the first to take stock from the IAF chief, and he has been monitoring the situation very closely. Defense sources are also telling us that he did inquire about the health and the well-being of the two pilots who have been airlifted. Remember, these are the two pilots who were riding the Sukhoi 30. When we talk about the Mirage 2000, it was being one pilot was flying the Mirage 2000, which what we are getting to know from our sources has lost his life. He's been martyred, and a really tragic incident coming to fore from the state of Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Chauhan, when we talk about the CM of Madhya Pradesh, also took to Twitter to express his grief, and he assured that an inquiry will take place. The teams have been rushed to spot. The rescue operations are underway, because what we are getting to know is that 10 to 10:15 a.m. Yes, Ankit.
Absolutely. Tanisha, we've also been speaking to a number of experts who have been telling us and talking us through what are the possibilities that may explain and justify why such an accident had taken place. What are the various factors that will now come under consideration in the court of inquiry? Let's listen in now to what Wing Commander Praful Bakshi had to say when he spoke to us about this fatal crash of two Indian Air Force fighter jets.
अब उनकी क्रैश की जगह हमको बताई नहीं जा रही। जब तक मीडिया हमको क्रैश की जगह नहीं बताएगा, क्या दोनों इकट्ठे एक जगह पे क्रैश हुए हैं, क्या अलग अलग क्रैश हुए हैं, ये सारा पता चलेगा तो पता चलेगा कि क्या हुआ है। देखिए, अगर एक साथ एक ही जगह पे दोनों क्रैश हुए हैं तो हो सकता है, और एक एक्सरसाइज में इन्वॉल्व थे, इसका मतलब है कि आपस में कोई ऐसी एक्सरसाइज कर रहे थे कि आपस में या टकराए हैं, या कोई एक चिड़ियाओं का जो झुंड होता है, माइग्रेटरी बर्ड्स, जो ग्वालियर भरतपुर की तरफ विंटर्स में हजारों की तादाद में आती हैं साइबेरिया से, क्या उसके झुंड में से घुस गए, क्या उसका कारण हुआ है, या फिर आपस में टकराए हैं उसके कारण हुआ है? क्योंकि अगर जहाज एक ही जगह गिर रहे हैं और अलग अलग रीजन से गिर रहे हैं तो बड़ा रेयर होता है, ये हो नहीं सकता अलग अलग जगह। तो खासकर हमारे को पूरी ये डिटेल पता होनी चाहिए कि ये कहां से टेक ऑफ किए थे। अगर दोनों ने ग्वालियर से टेक ऑफ किए थे, एक्सरसाइज चल रही है, एक्सरसाइज के दौरान हो सकता है एक्सरसाइज के अंदर कुछ ऐसी चीज हो गई हो सकता है दोनों वापस रिटर्न कर रहे हैं ग्वालियर में और एटीसी के संपर्क टूट गया है तो एक दूसरे को देख नहीं पाए, एक रिजॉइन कर रहा है, एक सर्किट के ऊपर है, शायद वो क्रैश हो सकता है। तो कई रीजन हो सकते हैं क्रैश के, और जब तक फ्लाइट डाटा रिकॉर्डर और कॉकपिट वॉइस रिकॉर्डर से पता नहीं चलेगा, उसकी स्टडी नहीं होगी, फिर पता चलेगा कि क्या रीजन है। और पायलट से पता चलेगा, दोनों पायलट, अभी हमारे तीनों पायलट सेफ हैं, वो आपको बता देंगे क्या हुआ।
So we just heard an explanation of what are the various situations and scenarios that could have played out. But to learn more about it, we are being joined right now by Wing Commander Vinod Vaid. Now, Wing Commander, one thing that is of note here is that these are two fighter aircraft which are very much still in use by the Indian Air Force, a Sukhoi and a Mirage. What can you tell us about the systems they have to maybe prevent some kind of mid-air collision in these aircraft in particular? Wing Commander Vaid, could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, my question to you is, do the Sukhoi Su-30 and the Mirage 2000 have systems inbuilt to prevent any kind of mid-air collision from taking place? What can you tell us about these aircraft?
No, there are sensors to tell you the location, but they have to be interpreted by the pilot. And those information have to be utilized in real time. And then only you can get to know. But it just depends what the situation was at that point of time.
Absolutely. How are you reading what has taken place? They both took off from the Gwalior Air Force Base at about 10 a.m. and clearly both planes completely destroyed, their remains mangled. What do you think the Court of Inquiry is going to look into?
No, Court of Inquiry will look into the totality and just cannot be just one portion of it. And but I can tell you, taking off from one base, etc., it really doesn't make a difference, because we just had a Republic Day parade. The people took off from all over the different bases, and yet we were able to form it and fly in together 50 aircraft. Obviously, something has gone wrong differently here, which inquiry will determine and tell you exactly where we went wrong or whatever happened. We don't know really.
In case, because it is of course being probed whether there was a mid-air collision, in such a situation when two aircraft are flying nearly at the speed of sound, how would it be possible for two pilots to eject to safety? Wouldn't it be a very improbable thing?
Well, if they are formatting, then it's a different issue, but looks they're not formatting in this case because the debris are almost 100 kilometers apart. So obviously they were doing some exercise where one has gone into the other. And in that case, the one who has gone into that probably aircraft was in the lead, and we probably have lost it.
You know, over the last few years, there have been a lot of reports about how, while the Sukhoi is still very much a mainstay, maintenance of the Mirage is something that has been questioned. I believe the Indian Air Force has been purchasing Mirage aircrafts in order to use it for parts to refurbish its current planes. Are both these aircraft at the moment top of their line, 4.5 whatever generation aircraft? Are they fly worthy at the moment?
No, your information is slightly distorted. We don't buy aircraft to get the spare parts. Spare parts are available separately. There's a different system of getting the spare parts. But the aircraft are being upgraded by the Frenchies and us. So you can't say that they are old or new. So the only thing which gets old in the aircraft is the airframe, and there's nothing to doubt on the airframe at all.
Absolutely. I think Wing Commander Vinod Neb setting a lot of facts straight, but we still wait to determine what the IAF Court of Inquiry will discover. For the moment, I thank you, Wing Commander, for joining us, and to Priyanka and Tanisha as well. We'll be getting you more details, viewers, in just a few seconds from now. After a short break, there has been an IAF aircraft crash. 2 aircraft have crashed. 1 pilot among the 3 involved has perished, has been martyred. We'll get you all the details after a short break. Stay with us.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities, and raking up the communal issues in the country.
Viewers, over the last couple of hours, we have learned many details about the crash that has taken place between 2 Indian Air Force fighter jets, a Sukhoi Su-30 Russian-made fighter jet and a Mirage 2000 French-made fighter jet, both run by the Indian Air Force, which has led to the death and the martyrdom of 1 of the 3 pilots involved. The other 2 have been airlifted via chopper and hopefully will make a full recovery. We await hearing details of the Indian Air Force's Court of Inquiry, which has been announced to determine whether or not there was an element of contact or a mid-air collision involved in this. We'll be getting you all the details along with the Voices That Matters, the experts who will tell us more about what could have happened after a short break. Stay with us as we track the story on Republic.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the parade ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities and raking up the communal issues in the country. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We are live and breaking. I'm Priyanka Sharma, and straight away getting you the updates of the biggest story that we are tracking today of the crashes that have taken place there in Madhya Pradesh. One of the Sukhoi 30 and the other of the Mirage 2000. Both of these aircrafts that have crashed there in Madhya Pradesh during a training exercise that was being carried out is what we're being given to understand. And of course, we are awaiting the official word from the Defence Ministry and from the Indian Air Force, of course, about the line of inquiry, the court of inquiry that has been directed to be carried out into this entire matter, so that there can be an official word to understand what really had been the lead cause for this kind of a crash that has taken place there in Madhya Pradesh as well. Viewers, let's also bring in our guests that are joining us on the panel as well, along with my colleague Ankit, along with Wing Commander Vinod Neb, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing your expert opinions with us. To you first, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, you know, we are trying to make do with whatever information that we are able to get from the Defence Ministry officially about this. But if I could come to you and if you could detail for us to understand the training exercise that was being carried out where the Sukhoi 30 and the Mirage 2000 were being used, and if you could detail the training exercise, because that will help us understand how these two aircrafts could have nicked each other, because that is one of the running theories of probabilities that might have happened according about this particular crash, sir.
Very, very sad day for us. But I would like to clarify a little bit about on this. The question is, when it is an air exercise involving fighter aircraft, there could be various situations where the crash could have taken place, where we have to first find out whether the crash took place during the exercise. Yes, it was a period of exercise, but were the aircraft involved with each other? or were they coming into land? One was on a circuit, one was rejoining, and the ATC failure was there. That's what we hear. So was it that, or was it they were involved in a dissimilar air combat, which we have in Air Force, where the aircraft of different varieties are involved in a combat situation, and in that combat situation they came very close to each other and probably nipped each other. That could be the reason. Yes, in Air Force it has happened. Aircraft have hit each other during combat. There is, yes, and there have been fatalities also. Let's face the fact. But I must also add here that this profession is one of the most dangerous professions on earth. There is no doubt about it. The aircraft fly to the maximum limitation. The pilots fly to the maximum limitation. This is not airline flying on flying club flying. This is totally different. We have to admit that the chances of accident, the chances of mishaps are very high. But pilots have to bear it, because somebody in India, somebody has to fly for the country, and that's what the pilots are doing. But the question is, until and unless there is an inquiry where you find the FDR, where you read the CVR, you will not be able to find out the real cause. And of course the pilots are there who are both safe. They will tell us what happened, their conversation from the CVR. They will tell you, the ATC, they will also let you know. So we'll come to know whether it was in air combat, and air combat does take place between aircrafts. So it could be, yes, from 1v1, 1 versus 1, to multi-aircraft combat situations develop as per the requirement of the exercise. And they have modern weapon system, modern missiles, air combat missiles. So we actually do not know what situation was there. So if we conjecture at the moment, it will be very harmful. So we must not have a conjecture, but we must grant them that the exercise was on.
No, of course not. Of course not. We are not trying to determine what exactly happened. Of course, we are trying to understand, as far as your expert opinion is also concerned, sir, to understand from you as to what really happens in situations like this.
And
but you made a very important point. If I could take that question across. Yeah.
One small thing I was telling you.
I'll just come back to you, sir. If I could just take that point across.
Are you asking me?
All right, so let me also take that question across to our other guests as well joining us right now. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, you've just spoken to us, but Wing Commander Vinod Neb, as Wing Commander Praful Bakshi was also pointing out, that the level of mishap that it can happen is very high. The probability of a mishap happening is very high. And the precision that is required for these training exercises to be carried out, because of course the pilots are at a huge risk of this mishap like this one also taking place. But if you could speak to us about the precision that is required in these training exercises, and whether or not it could have happened so that there could be, because the level of precision that is required, this kind of mishap might have happened as well.
Are you asking me?
No,
or
if you're suggesting that there was a misinterpretation.
Wing Commander Vinod Neb, if you could answer that.
Yeah, I'm answering. If you're suggesting it was a misinterpretation of the information which was available to the pilots, I don't think that is correct. But what possibly, there are 2 aircraft which are involved. We don't know the phase of the exercise at the point of time when the collision has taken place. That has to be determined first. Then we know, if we know exactly what kind of exercise they were doing, were they really into a combat maneuver? Was it in just a pure interception? Or it was, there are so many types of situations which can arise depending on the exercise. So one needs to delve into detail to get to a point like that, what really happened. But it is very evident from what happened that these two have collided with each other, and probably going by the earlier information which I have, which happened in my squadron earlier, where the aircraft in the lead was hit by the aircraft which was intercepting. It was, of course, it happened at night, and the lead aircraft pilot died. So I really don't know here. The court inquiry would tell us what exactly went wrong and how did it happen. So I think we should wait for that information to come about for us to know exactly, because a nation must know correct information.
Well, of course, Wing Commander Vinod Neb, as we wait for that information as well, we are picking up various updates from the ground. I request both Wing Commander Vinod Neb and Wing Commander Praful Bakshi to stay on with us along with my colleague Ankit as we play out the latest reaction of the authorities over this crash as well. Let's listen in and then we'll come back to our guests and Ankit as well over breaking updates.
मॉर्निंग में जानकारी मिली थी कि जिला मुरैना अंतर्गत पहाड़गढ़ ब्लॉक के मानपुर ग्राम पंचायत क्षेत्र में 2 एयरफोर्स विमानों की डेब्री देखी गई है। तत्काल टीम को यहाँ पे मोबिलाइज करा था, एम्बुलेंस और फायर टेंडर की व्यवस्था करके एसडीएम एसडीओपी भी मौके पे पहुंचे। उसके बाद जो जानकारी हम लोगों को प्राप्त हुई एयरफोर्स के माध्यम से, उसमें 2 एयरक्राफ्ट इन्वॉल्व हैं, एक सुखोई है और एक मिराज है। 3 पायलट थे, 2 पायलट सेफली इजेक्ट कर गए थे, वो लोग इंजर्ड पाए गए थे लेकिन सेफ थे, उनको एयरलिफ्ट कराया जा चुका है। तीसरे पायलट के लिए अभी सर्च मिशन जारी है। अभी हमारे पास प्रारंभिक जानकारी है, इसमें वेरीफाइड इन्फॉर्मेशन एयरफोर्स की तरफ से नहीं प्राप्त हुई है, लेकिन ये संभावित है कि जिस एयरपोर्ट से पायलट इजेक्ट हुए थे सुखोई के, उसी एयरपोर्ट की डेब्री भरतपुर जिले में भी मिली है।
All right, so those were the various reactions that we are picking up of the Morena district magistrate as well. But if I could come to you now, Ankit, over the kind of events that we have seen, over the kind of updates that we have gotten from the authorities as well, if you could put this into perspective for our viewers to understand what really happened, the timeline of the crash and what we know so far about the crashes as well, Ankit.
So initially, Priyanka, we were told that this crash had taken place at somewhere early in the morning at about 5 a.m. But what turns out is that it was later in the day, it was about 10 a.m. onwards when these planes had taken off from the Gwalior Air Base. So the difference there being that at 10 a.m. you are very clear in terms of the visual aspect of flying. You don't necessarily need to rely on telemetry alone. You have line of sight visuals also. So that is one way that it makes a difference. It was about 10:30 or 10:35 onwards when the district magistrate tells us that this crash was first noticed, and then it took some time for them to come to this area and determine what had happened and to begin their rescue operations as well.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024 and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the Welcome back, viewers. There has been a lot of controversy and a war of words that have broken out over Yogi Adityanath's statements over Sanatan Dharma and equating the Sanatan Dharma to the national religion of the country as well. In fact, we have seen the politicization from both the Congress party and the National Conference as well, who have come out and condemned Yogi Adityanath. But let's first come out and see what Yogi Adityanath actually had to say in Rajasthan, where he made those statements, and then we'll get you some reactions and breaking updates.
हमारा सनातन धर्म भारत का राष्ट्रीय धर्म है। हम सब अपने व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों से ऊपर उठ करके अपने इस राष्ट्रीय धर्म के साथ जुड़ते हैं। हमारा देश सुरक्षित हो, हमारे मान बिंदुओं की पुनर्स्थापना हो, गौ ब्राह्मण की रक्षा हो, किसी कालखंड में अगर हमारे धर्मस्थलों को अपवित्र किया गया है, उनकी पुनर्स्थापना का एक अभियान चले। और इस अभियान का क्रम आज आप देख रहे होंगे। अयोध्या में 500 वर्षों के बाद प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रयास से भगवान राम के भव्य मंदिर के निर्माण का कार्य आज पूरा होने जा रहा है।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि हर एक धर्म को दूसरे धर्म का सम्मान करना चाहिए। राष्ट्र का धर्म होना चाहिए इंसाफ। हम एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। हिंदुस्तान जब आज़ाद हुआ तो एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बना, जो परसों ही हमने दिन मनाया 26 जनवरी 1950 में। एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के साथ हम जुड़ गए। तो उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ही ये गारंटी दी गई कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर होगा और फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर के अंदर हर एक धर्म को अपनी आज़ादी होगी कि वो अपने अपने धर्म का पालन करेगा और जियो और जीने दो की पॉलिसी पर हमको आगे।
नहीं, उन्होंने कहा कि सनातन धर्म राष्ट्रीय धर्म है, तो तमाम बौद्ध धर्म के साथियों को फोन आया कि इसका क्या मतलब कि हमारा धर्म नहीं है। तो वही हमने पूछ लिया और पूछना चाहिए, स्पष्टीकरण देना चाहिए। और सनातन धर्म तो आदिकाल का धर्म है और सम्मान है मुझे पूरा। इसके अस्तित्व के नकारने वाला मूर्ख हो सकता है, तो वो तो नहीं है। बस इतना जानना चाहता है कि और धर्मों का स्थान है कि नहीं।
देखिए, सनातन धर्म जो है हमारी पुरातन परंपरा है, पुराना धर्म है। और जो भी सभ्यताएं, जो भी धर्म यहाँ पर मुगलों के काल में या बाद में पनपे, वो मुगलों ने आकर के अत्याचार किया। तो इसलिए जो भी हमारी संस्कृति है, सभ्यता है और जो पुरातन इतिहास है, वो सनातन का इतिहास है। ये सनातन का इतिहास केवल भारत में नहीं, ये अफगानिस्तान तक, कंधार तक, कहाँ तक फैला हुआ था। आज उसके प्रमाण भी मिल रहे हैं। तो उससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि योगी आदित्यनाथ जी ने जो भी कहा है वो सत्य है और उस परंपराओं का सम्मान करना हम सबका फर्ज है। और
सनातन धर्म ही दुनिया में एकमेव धर्म है। जब बुद्ध से पूछा गया कि आप कोई नया धर्म चला रहे, तो बुद्ध ने कहा, येषो धम्म सनातनः, यह जो धर्म है वो सनातन ही है। इसके अतिरिक्त जो कुछ भी है वह मत, पंथ और संप्रदाय है। इसलिए भारत का राष्ट्रीय धर्म सनातन धर्म है। इसमें योगी जी ने कुछ भी गलत नहीं कहा है। जहाँ तक भगवान श्री राम के मंदिर के राष्ट्र मंदिर का प्रश्न है, तो आडवाणी जी ने एक बार कहा था कि राम ही राष्ट्र है, तो राम मंदिर ही राष्ट्र का मंदिर है। इसमें भी वाल्मीकि जी से जब पूछा गया कि भगवान राम कौन है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि रामो विग्रहवान धर्म, कि विग्रह के स्वरूप में भगवान राम ही साक्षात धर्म है, अर्थात राष्ट्रीय धर्म और राष्ट्रीय मंदिर, राष्ट्रीय एकाकार होने की तरफ हम बढ़ चले हैं, इसमें कुछ भी गलत नहीं है।
There you have it, viewers, the political war of words that has broken out over Yogi Adityanath's statement, where he has in fact stated that the Sanatan Dharma is equal to the national religion of the country, and each and every citizen of the country needs to respect that religion, is something that he had stated in Rajasthan, and post which we are of course seeing how the Congress and the National Conference has come out and condemned those statements and has condemned Yogi Adityanath for making those statements as well. And we're slipping into a very short break here now, viewers. We're getting you updates on the other side of another case of a shocking police brutality in the United States. A 29-year-old Nichols is dragged and beaten up. And also getting you updates of how it's crisis after crisis, crippled Pakistan, and Finance Minister now shifts the onus on God.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024, and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities, and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested on the campus and handed out the QR codes allowing access to the BBC docuseries.
Contemporary individualist thinkers of the West, they want everything in the world, but they don't want to do anything even to the family. The liberal democracies are suffering from such erosion in strength. It gives them all the rights to enjoy, but they don't want to return that right even by voting. They want to enjoy liberalism. They don't want to contribute to liberalism. In the West, if you see, it is the educated people vote. It is the people who have higher income vote. In India, it is the reverse. 75% of the minorities vote. 65% of the scheduled caste vote. 64% of the backward classes vote. It is 49% of the educated people vote. The Indian democracy's bottom strength is very heavy.
As Pakistan grapples with an economic crisis, its finance minister Ishaq Dar has put the onus of the country's development on God.
पाकिस्तान दुनिया में रहने के लिए अल्लाह ताला ने कायम किया है। ये एक वाहिद मुल्क है जो कलमा शरीफ के नाम पे बना था। इवन सऊदी अरेबिया कलमा शरीफ के नाम पे नहीं बना था। तो अगर अल्लाह ताला ने इसको क्रिएट किया तो इसकी हिफाजत, इसकी तरक्की, इसकी खुशहाली भी अल्लाह ताला की जिम्मेदारी।
From a major power outage to crippling economic crisis. It's crisis after crisis for Pakistan. Pakistan is now at the mercy of external financing and is appealing to God now the last resort for Pakistan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, Sukhoi 30 and Mirage 2000 aircraft crash near Morena. Search and rescue operation launched. And also getting you updates of how it's a political storm over Yogi's Sanatan remark. Congress and NC hit out against Yogi Adityanath. Getting you all the updates after a very short break.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024 and that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will break all records and that the NDA will retain its power. Telangana Chief Minister KCR hit out at the ruling BJP in the centre and accused it of being responsible for the rising debts, the increase in price of commodities and raking up the communal issues in the country. Despite the official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested on the campus and handed out the QR codes allowing access to the BBC docuseries. Illicit liquor smugglers attacked the police team of the excise department, which had won 2 raids after receiving information of the sale of illegal liquor in Bhojpur district of Bihar. In fact, 11 policemen were injured in this entire altercation, and along with this, the smugglers damaged 4 vehicles of the excise department by pelting stones, and no arrest as of now have been made. The Central Bureau of Investigation issues notice to the Kadapa MP Y.S. Avinash Reddy again. Reddy is set to appear before the CBI today in connection with the Vivekanand Reddy murder case. And Vivekanand Reddy, the younger brother of the late AP CM Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy, was murdered at his home in March 2019. And the case was transferred to the Hyderabad CBI on direction of the Supreme Court. In a near rerun of the hit and drag case, the motorist allegedly rammed his car into a scooter and dragged the rider on its roof for over 350 meters in the Keshavpuram area of the national capital. A total of 7 people, including 5 occupants of the car, were arrested in connection with the incident.
Egypt. Their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50. A Sukhoi Su-30 and a Mirage 2000 aircraft crashed near Morena in Madhya Pradesh. Search and rescue operations were launched. The 2 aircraft had taken off from the Gwalior Air Force Base where an exercise was going on. As per the first statement released by the Indian Air Force, 2 fighter aircraft of the IAF were involved in an accident near Gwalior. The aircraft were on a routine operational flying training mission, is what the IAF said. There were 2 pilots on board the Sukhoi 30 and 1 on board the Mirage 2000. 2 of these pilots who sustained injuries in the incident but are alive had ejected safely. 1 pilot has been martyred. The 2 pilots who were on board the Sukhoi 30 who had ejected safely have been injured but airlifted to safety for further treatment. They have been airlifted to a hospital and we await to hear more details of their recovery. According to sources, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh took stock of the situation and spoke to Indian Air Force Chief Air Marshal V.R. Chaudhary and is continuously monitoring the situation in Morena. Rajnath Singh was briefed by the Chief of Air Staff on the crash of the 2 aircraft of the Indian Air Force. The Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh inquired about the well-being of the IAF pilots and is monitoring the developments in Morena. He's also spoken to the Chief of Defence Staff. Massive rescue operations are underway at the site of the crash near Morena in Madhya Pradesh, where the 2 aircrafts had gone down. Mangled debris of both the Sukhoi as well as the Mirage were found at the site by locals who assisted in the rescue. An Indian Air Force court of inquiry has been initiated wherein the IAF will investigate the cause of the crash of the 2 planes. The IAF's court of inquiry will establish whether there was a mid-air collision or not, is what we've been told. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said that he has instructed the local administration to cooperate with the Air Force in quick rescue and relief efforts. According to sources, the Morena district collector said that debris of both aircraft fell in the Pahargarh area of Morena. This is different from another crash of a chartered plane that's taken place near Bharatpur, is what we've been told. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a ceremony commemorating the 1111th Avataran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Rajasthan. Addressing the crowd, PM Modi said that several attempts were made to break India geographically, culturally, socially and ideologically, but no power could finish India.
भाइयों और बहनों, भारत के हम लोग हजारों वर्षों पुराने अपने इतिहास, अपनी सभ्यता, अपनी संस्कृति पर गर्व करते हैं। दुनिया की अनेक सभ्यताएं समय के साथ समाप्त हो गई, परिवर्तनों के साथ खुद को ढाल नहीं पाई।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Nilkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of India which every citizen must respect.
हमारा सनातन धर्म भारत का राष्ट्रीय धर्म है। हम सब अपने व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थों से ऊपर उठ करके अपने इस राष्ट्रीय धर्म के साथ जुड़ते हैं।
A political storm has broken out over UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's Sanatan Dharma is the national religion remark. The Congress and the National Conference have hit out saying that all religions must be respected in India.
उन्होंने कहा कि सनातन धर्म राष्ट्रीय धर्म है, तो तमाम बौद्ध धर्म के साथियों को फोन आया कि इसका क्या मतलब कि हमारा धर्म नहीं है। तो वही हमने पूछ लिया और पूछना चाहिए, स्पष्टीकरण देना चाहिए। और सनातन धर्म तो आदिकाल का धर्म है और सम्मान है मुझे पूरा। इसके अस्तित्व के नकारने वाला मूर्ख हो सकता है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's Rally of the National Cadet Corps or the NCC at the Cariappa Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating its 75th anniversary since inception. Union Home Minister Amit Shah was received by Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai and former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa in Hubballi, where he will be inaugurating the indoor stadium at the Bhuma Reddy College. The BJP has announced its first list of 48 candidates for the Tripura Assembly polls, fielding Union Minister Pratima Bhaumik from Dhanpur. State Chief Minister Manik Saha has been nominated as a BJP candidate from the town Bordowali. Despite an official warning by the Tata Institute of Social Sciences or TISS over the screening of the BBC documentary on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Mumbai Students' Union protested on campus and handed out QR codes allowing access to the banned docuseries. Illicit liquor smugglers attacked the police team of the excise department, which had gone over to conduct a raid after receiving information of sale of illegal liquor in Bhojpur district of Bihar. 11 policemen were injured. Along with this, the smugglers damaged 4 vehicles of the excise department by pelting stones, and yet no arrests have been made thus far. The Central Bureau of Investigation has issued notice to Kadapa MP YS Avinash Reddy. Again, Reddy is set to appear before the CBI today in connection with the Vivekanand Reddy murder case. Vivekananda Reddy, the younger brother of late Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister YS Rajashekar Reddy, was murdered at his home in March 2019, and the case was transferred to the Hyderabad CBI on the direction of the Supreme Court. In a near rerun of the Kanjawala hit and drag murder case, a motorist allegedly rammed his car into a scooter and dragged the rider on his roof for about 350 meters in the Keshavpuram area of the national capital. A total of 7 persons, including 5 who were in the car, were arrested in connection with this gory incident. Tiruchirappalli airport officials seized $10,000 in foreign currency worth 8.05 lakh rupees from a male passenger's clothes. The passenger was flying to Dubai via an Air India Express flight. Jammu and Kashmir police has arrested two fraudsters, Ubaid Nazir Sofi and Muhammad Iqbal Main, in a job scam and extortion racket in Baramulla. The accused were cheating common people on the pretext of providing government jobs and were demanding money. A further probe is underway. A massive fire broke out at a private hospital in Dhanbad in Jharkhand. 5 people died and several were injured after the fire engulfed the hospital building. BJP leader Shehzad Poonawalla has hit out at the Congress a day after a party functionary in Madhya Pradesh was booked over his alleged offensive remarks. In his remarks, the Congress functionary had called for breaking the hands of the corrupt. Poonawalla said that the Congress is promoting violence. A man died after being shot at during the Saraswati Puja idol procession in Bihar's capital Patna. The deceased has been identified as Dheeraj Kumar. The police said that the firing was done by someone from the idol immersion procession of the nearby Patna University hostel. The Jammu and Kashmir government has issued eviction notices to PDP General Secretary Rashid Malik for illegal encroachment of state land. The Jammu and Kashmir government has mentioned in the notice that it will take demolition action if Malik fails to do the needful within the deadline provided. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, or DRI, has arrested 7 passengers, including a woman, for allegedly smuggling 18 endangered animals in their baggage at the Kempegowda International Airport in Bengaluru. The police has recovered 162 improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, in intensive operations against Maoists in Bihar. The operations continue in Maoist-prone areas to recover planted arms and ammunition. This comes after the police destroyed 13 IEDs in Aurangabad and 149 IEDs weighing a kilo each being discovered at a cave nearby and also being destroyed. Meanwhile, the Bihar police have recovered 360 boxes of liquor worth 25 lakh rupees being smuggled. The bootlegger was also taken into custody along with the driver of the truck who had hidden this liquor under sacks of potatoes. A few NSUI members, that is the student wing of the Congress party, showed black flags and attempted to stop the convoy of Telangana Minister K.T. Ramarao in Nizamabad. Around 5 to 6 people included Congress corporator Gadugu Rohit, and these people were taken into custody. Memphis authorities in the United States have released more than an hour of footage of the violent beating of Tyre Nichols, in which officers held the black motorist down and struck him repeatedly as he screamed for his mother. The video emerged one day after the officials were charged with murder in Nichols' death. Iranian officials have said that personal motives were behind an attack on Azerbaijan's embassy in Tehran on Friday, which was caught on camera, while Baku, Azerbaijan's capital, insists on calling it a terror attack. The attack, carried out by a gunman who stormed the Azerbaijan embassy in Iran's capital, killed its security chief and wounded 2 guards. At least 8 people have been killed and 10 people are injured in a deadly terror attack in Jerusalem. The incident followed deadly clashes in a nearby refugee camp in which Palestinians were killed by Israeli forces, allegedly. Addressing the media at Israel's National Police Headquarters, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he had held a security assessment and decided on immediate actions following a shooting in Jerusalem that killed 7 people. The White House condemned the attack in Jerusalem and said that the US is shocked and saddened by the loss of lives. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said that the attack was heinous and more saddening as it took place on International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Addressing the inauguration ceremony of the Green Line Express train service in Pakistan, Its finance minister, Ishaq Dar, said that he had full faith that Pakistan would progress because it was created in the name of Islam. US Under-Secretary for Political Affairs Victoria Nuland will embark on an official visit to India, Nepal, Sri Lanka and Qatar from January the 28th to February the 3rd. During her visit to India, Nuland will lead the US-India annual Foreign Office consultations, which over a range of bilateral, regional and global issues will also involve meeting of young tech leaders. A deadly cold wave spell continues in Afghanistan as over 2 lakh livestock have died in the country. Apart from the loss of human lives in the last 2 weeks, farmers claim that extreme cold weather and lack of grass killed the livestock. Meanwhile, amid reeling economic crisis and political turmoil, the sufferings of the children in Afghanistan has worsened as well. Reports state that nearly 8 lakh children are suffering from severe and acute malnutrition this year. Tesla and Twitter CEO Elon Musk met Biden administration officials in Washington to discuss electric vehicles. The focus of the decision was shared goals around electrification and how the benefits of bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act could aid in this in America. Arsenal have been beaten by Manchester City. The league leaders of the Premier League have suffered a 1-0 loss to Pep Guardiola's side. Mumbai City FC extended their unbeaten streak in the ISL after a victory over Jamshedpur FC. Mumbai City will play Hyderabad next with a 7-point lead in their favour. Mumbai City coach Des Buckingham expressed that it was a huge win for the team as they came from a goal behind to win all the 3 points against Jamshedpur. He also mentioned that he was impressed by the impact of substitutes in the outcome of the match. Under-19 Indian women's cricket team has made it to the final of the ICC World Cup. The Indian team will play England for the title in South Africa on Sunday. The Derbyshire County Cricket Club has signed Pakistan international batter Haider Ali for the entire 2023 season. The 22-year-old has played 35 matches for his country, including 2 appearances at the T20 World Cup. Benjamin Carl won the FIS Snowboard World Cup 2022-23 at Blue Mountain, Canada. It's the 19th World Cup victory for the Austrian snowboarder, repeating the win last time the race that was at the same venue in the 2019-20 season. Protests flared up all around the US, including in Memphis, as the video of Tyre Nichols being beaten was released. Tyre Nichols was beaten by police officers who held him down and struck him repeatedly with their fists, boots and batons. The Memphis Grizzlies head coach Taylor Jenkins reacted to Tyre Nichols' death video at the hands of police officers. Several teams, including LeBron James and Chris Paul, released statements as well. Perth Glory came from 2 goals down to earn a share of the spoils against the Wellington Phoenix in the A-League. With this draw, Phoenix moved up to 3rd in the overall standings on 21 points, while Perth moved to 6th with 18 points. Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola said that Arsenal's man-marking made the process difficult for their narrow win. Pep said it was a tight and difficult match, but expected it to be so given the quality of their opponents.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Moving on now to some news in brief. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while presiding over the restoration and consecration of the idol program Neelkant Mahadev Temple in Rajasthan, said that the Sanatan Dharma is the national religion of the country, which every citizen must respect. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the annual Prime Minister's rally of the NCC at the Parade Ground in Delhi today. This year, the NCC, the youth wing of the Indian Army, is celebrating 75th anniversary since its inception. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the ceremony commemorating the Avtaran Mahotsav of Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji in Bhilwara in Rajasthan on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, he will be the chief guest during the program as well. Bhagwan Shri Dev Narayan Ji is worshipped by the people in Rajasthan, and his followers are spread across the length and breadth of the country. He is revered specially for his work towards the public service. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be arriving in the pole-bound state of Karnataka, and he will be attending various events and taking part in road shows organized by the BJP. Reportedly, this is his second such visit to the state within a month. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said that he is not afraid of the polls that are there in 2024 and that Prime Minister Narendra
Republic 46.8%. 314% more viewership than News 18 in super prime time. Content supremacy destroys landing experiment. Republic TV, the voice of people. Republic TV, the All India #1.
Egypt, their army marching along Kartavya Path. Now, why is this important? Why was President Al-Sisi here? The Al-Sisi government has taken a very, very tough line against the Muslim Brotherhood. Egypt is a power to be reckoned with locally in that region. Egypt has oil. Egypt has a fragile economy, but nothing that cannot be brought back from the brink. Egypt needs India, and India needs Egypt.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Suspected Indian Mujahideen operative Shahzad Ahmad has died during treatment at a hospital in New Delhi, at AIIMS. In fact, he had been convicted in 2008 in the Butler house encounter case for murdering Inspector Mohan Chand Sharma and assaulting other officers. So a Butler house encounter accused has died during treatment. He had been held guilty of causing the death of the Inspector MC Sharma and attempting to cause the death of head constables Balwant Singh and Rajbir Singh by firing at them. He was also found guilty of assaulting police officers and obstructing them from doing their duty. This is Shahzad Ahmad, an Indian Mujahideen operative whom we are talking about. He was receiving some form of medical treatment at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the AIIMS, the country's premier medical institute. But he has died during this treatment, is what we are given to understand. He had been convicted in the 2008 Butler House encounter, now 15 years ago, for the murder of Police Inspector Mohan Chand Sharma and for murderous firing on another officer, Head Constable Balwant Singh and Rajbir Singh as well. He has now died under treatment at AIIMS. This is the latest information that we are picking up. This Indian Mujahideen operative has died receiving treatment at a premier government-run medical facility in the national capital, a convict in the 2008 Butler House encounter case, a murder convict. We have Piyush Mishra joining us for more information. Piyush, tell us what has happened. What was he receiving treatment for? Where was he nominally supposed to be lodged? Was it in jail?
Well, in fact, he was supposed to be in jail, but because of the treatment which he was going through, he was to be admitted in AIMS. Now, what we are learning is that Indian Mujahideen operative Shahzad Ahmed has died during a treatment there at AIMS, and he died today. In fact, he was also convicted in 2008 Butler House encounter case for murdering Inspector Mohan Chand Sharma and also assaulting other officers. And that's the information which has been given by the prison officials about the death of Indian Mujahideen operative Shahzad Ahmed. Remember, Ankit, that he was convicted in the 2013 Butler House encounter case. He was also sentenced to life imprisonment by the court. In fact, he had appealed to the higher court also, but his appeal was pending before the higher court. Now he has died and he was being treated there at AIMS. He was diagnosed with multiple diseases and he was receiving treatment there at AIMS. And after prolonged illness, he has now died there at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. We also know as to how, as far as Butler House encounter is concerned, a lot of politics has taken place where Congress and BJP have thrown guns at each other. But if you talk about this person, Shahzad Ahmed, he was convicted by the court in 2013. Now, after prolonged illness, he has died.
Absolutely, Piyush. I thank you for bringing details of this Indian Mujahideen operative who has died under treatment at AIMS. Viewers, we'll track this closely. Meanwhile, there has been a attack and a firing in Jerusalem in Israel. Let's take a look at what has happened there.
A day after an Israeli military raid killed 9 Palestinians in a refugee camp in West Bank, a gunman opened fire at an Israeli settlement in East Jerusalem. At least 8 have been reported dead and several others injured in the attack. Sources suggest the gunman arrived in a car and opened fire at worshippers in the area. And as the attacker tried to flee from the site, he was chased and gunned down by the Israeli cops.
This is absolutely horrific. Our thoughts, prayers, and condolences go out to those killed and injured in this heinous act of violence. We condemn this apparent terrorist attack in the strongest terms. Our commitment to Israel